transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Has definitely been a very aggressive comeback.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Has definitely been a very aggressive comeback.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Has definitely been a very aggressive comeback.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action. Now we have the winning formula.
Just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action. Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action. Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes.
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action. Now we have the winning formula.
Owners just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action. Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage, Baz Wartroos.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Good morning. Everybody is, and thank you in all those languages. Is there anybody here from Finland, by the way? Nobody from Finland? No, okay. That's a shame. Had a good word in Finnish. So we have a full-packed day on stage here in the SaaS jungle. And SaaS nowadays is, I think, 60 or 70% AI. So it's an AI/SaaS packed stage today. And I wanted to talk about languages first, because personally I think that you really understand a language only if you can make jokes in a language. Talking about jokes in a language, you cannot do accents anymore. So if you want to talk about accents, it's really hard to do some funny accents. There's just a few out there that you can still do, and I'll get back to that in a sec. One of the things that helped me with large language models and translations was actually the word butterfly. I accidentally ran into the word butterfly being completely different in every language. So normally in French or Spanish or Portuguese, you have like a similar word for the same thing, like chairs or tables or whatever. But the word butterfly, oddly enough, is completely different in every language. So in French, it's papillon. And in Spanish, it's mariposa. And in Portuguese, it's borboleto. So it's completely hell different. Then we have, I think, one of the best is Norwegian. It's sommerfugel, and it's the bird of summer. It's very pretty. But the Germans have a little different look at how pretty words are. They have the word Schmetterling. So that's a gorgeous word for a butterfly, right? You have small kids roaming around in the streets, going, "Guck mal, Mutter, ein Schmetterling." That doesn't sound right. So that I have a lot of German friends and I always make fun of them, and they make fun of me as well for my Dutch accent. And I also have a few French, and they have the lovely papillon, and that sounds like really hot and sexy. So they understood this assignment. So I thought, once again, you only know a language really well if you can make jokes in it. So my quest for last week was to find a solution to see if I can use a large language model to create a joke. Well, once again, you cannot do all the accents anymore. You can only say so much in any accent. So I was roaming through all the accents. Italian is still doable. Nobody really cares. Irish, well, they really don't care. A lot of people think the Irish are offended by the Irish accent, but they're not really. They're not really. They're fine with it. So the French, they don't really care. They don't, to be honest, they never cared. And the Dutch accent, yes, a smoke in a pancake, a bong in a blitz. And I went through all those accents, and I stumbled upon some software that creates punchlines. So my idea was, coming back to the Schmetterling, that the German language is or really camp or really aggressive. I've been trying some sentences in Dutch just to see how far we could push it. So a mobile phone, I don't know if anybody knows this. Any Germans in, by the way? Am I offending any Germans? Ah, lovely. I'm offending at least one German this morning. That's nice. Woohoo! He's happy about it as well. So if you talk about your mobile phone, oh, you know this then. Mein Handy. It sounds really camp. Mein Handy. And then you have something lovely like the butterfly again. Kugelschreiber. Schmetterling. Or a pen. Kugelschreiber. So it's the language goes back and front to being like very camp or very aggressive. Not really anything on the spectrum in that language. So first of all, I asked ChatGPT, can you help me out to create jokes? and I used the latest models and just checked it out. Can it just find any AI, any LLMs that can create jokes? And there was actually a website out there, and I gave it the question from, I have the German accent here, and yeah, please make me some jokes. So once again, also I actually asked my German friends if it's okay to do this. So, and they were fine with it, and this is what it came up with. So I said, German language is a very camp or very aggressive. There's no spectrum. And it came up with 3 of the harshest answers I've ever seen. Holy shitballs. I think we need to train LLMs quite a lot more. And if there's people out there that say that LLMs actually have a feeling right now, I think I just proved that LLMs don't have any feeling. They are not really thinking. And they're just trained on any good or shitty data that you have. I found it wondrous that this is possible, actually. This is based on a set of data by, I think, 10,000 hours of stand-up comedians, making some of the harshest jokes out there. But these kinds of jokes just shouldn't be allowed. Anybody in here, by the way, had an similar experience with LLMs coming up with very harsh results? I know that there's a lot of failure in that you have to fix quite a lot, but there's no harsh results yet. Well, try the punchlines just .ai. If you had a lovely drink, a lovely day, and thought like, you know what, I need some good punchlines. Just go there and have some fun with it. On the other hand, we have a lovely group of SaaS people on stage, and they'll also be talking about AI a lot, and they'll also be talking about things like the revenue that's coming off and how to get it better up and running. And for those sorts of things, I really think it helps. Anybody in here, by the way, from the Netherlands? Yes. Oh, we got a few Dutchies coming in. Ah, lovely. My homies. How you doing? Good. Well, I'm slowly gonna continue to pronounce the people who are gonna come on stage in a minute. First of all, I just want you to enjoy your day. There's some coffee in the back if you want to, by the way, to wake up, get your blood up and running. Get it pumping, and I hope the people on stage will help you guide your way through the SaaS jungle this morning, and help you on your way to get more information on how SaaS could be helpful for you as well. Yes, so the first session. Our first guests have experience in growing, investing, and selling SaaS platforms, and know just how important incorporating AI will be in the next successful companies. The first one is going to be AI and SaaS, the US $600 billion question. In this panel, we'll look at the impact of AI on SaaS products, pricing, and perception. Oh, is it? Oh no, I've got the wrong one. Sorry. Oh no. Oh, it is. Oh, I just got scared that I got the wrong one on my screen. As Klarna and others turn to AI to trim their SaaS bills, how can companies continue to deliver sufficient differentiated value to manage churn, retention, price sensitivity, and more? We'll cover the this is great. Evolution towards usage-based pricing and the challenges that presents alongside the perspective from SaaS management platforms and the startups who are evaluating their incoming invoices in an unforgiving funding environment. Attendees will get some war stories and practical tips to navigate the next 6 to 12 months, as well as hearing what's really happening behind the scenes in SaaS land. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome on stage for the session AI and SaaS, Tony Wang, the co-founder and CRO of Agora.io, Eamon Carey, general partner at Terra Ventures, and Emil Protalinski, editor at ePro Strategies and TechMeme. Have a wonderful session, guys. I hope to see you later. I'll be joining you in and out for a few sessions later on as well. See you later. Have fun.
Hello, hello. Web Summit, final day. Are we excited? Are we excited? Okay, a little bit. It is the last day. I'm sure you were partying late last night. So we're going to talk about AI and SaaS. This is the SaaS stage. And of course, everyone wants to talk about AI. AI is a very broad term, right? We use it interchangeably for everything from generative AI to computer vision to machine learning to deep learning. It's very, very broad. Nevertheless, we're going to try to zero in a little bit. I'm curious, first of all, how have you seen AI impact your little pocket of SaaS? We can start with Jan and then go on to Tony.
Yeah, so for us, I mean, we officially announced our company, Ravino, like 2 days ago, but we've been running for a year. And for us, existentially, it wouldn't be possible to build our company without AI and large language models. And particularly not for what everybody usually thinks it is. We're in marketing SaaS. So most people, when they think marketing SaaS, is like, let's create something. Let's, create content. And I actually think, whilst generative AI is getting better at building content, I actually like it for the opposite. So to aggregate and categorize content, which is what we use it for. And again, it wouldn't be possible without it. Plus, of course, with a lot of internal use cases to just grow the companies so much faster than it was before. One person in marketing and sales can do what 4 to 8 people would have, what you would have needed 4 to 8 people before.
Well, so Agora is mainly a PaaS, so we are layer below. And for us on the SaaS side, we will see a lot those what we call a larger category as a service agent, right? That will be basically talking about retail avatar, different ones, basically a co-pilot in a sales session, right? So all those service agents would be the ones that my company will service on top. So we do see a lot of those, right? I mean, there's two main things. One is actually increased productivity, right? When you were able to co-pilot or even in certain case replace some of the human labors. But the other one is really you could have those agents talk among themselves and make things happen much faster, right? So I think those are two large categories. One is really efficiency. One is really replace certain human labor, right? So and then we categorize them all into as a category as a service agent. This is a section I think there will be a tremendous growth, moving forward, and that will be our focus on that one.
I want to actually come back to that agent part in a second. So let's definitely touch on that because that's where things are shifting, or at least that's what we're being told. Mm-hmm. I'm curious though, so I was on this stage 2 days ago and Work CEO was telling me that the SaaS business model is going away and we're kind of shifting to an outcomes-based model. So let me just ask you very controversially, is SaaS dying?
So let me start with this one. So I think that a lot of the big SaaS companies, the largest ones being companies like Salesforce, will be extremely challenged. I think they'll be doing tremendously well for a while, but at the same time, Salesforce is a miserable product to use, right? And I think there are countless SaaS replacements that are like more lightweight. And I believe in lightweight SaaS. I think lightweight SaaS that is connected by a bunch of, Zapier's or Make.com integrations that are not even written, they're no-code integrations, are great. And when you add AI, as features, as very specific usable features in these tools, then in my opinion, people like Salesforce are going to have a big challenge, really defending their model and defending their price point. So I'm a believer that you can provide like 80% of the value for 10, 20% of the cost of that SaaS tool. And there's a lot of companies that will take those instead of, €100 per seat license.
But do you think we'll be moving to an outcomes-based model, or?
I think outcomes-based model in certain areas, maybe, like in marketing, maybe in sales, possibly. I still think, it's still a thing of like these companies have to make money, and I think the main kind of trend is for companies and SaaS companies, like let's make a profit. So whether it's through an outcomes-based model or a fee model, fees can be hybrid. It can be also a hybrid structure. So yeah. I'm definitely seeing signals of it there.
What about you, Tony? Have you seen anything on is SaaS dying?
I think it's a yes and no. Right? I think it's not dying. The structure is still there in the back, but I do believe, for example, every single large SaaS organization we're currently using will probably come up with some sort of agency, right? Like a voice agent. Let's say, for example, you may not need to, fill in all the blanks in the Salesforce records. You may have a voice agent like Salesforce Copilot. The key question is, when you have 10 or 20 of those Copilots, each one connect to your current workflow as SaaS, do you actually need to interact with 10 or 20? Or maybe there is one called Office Copilot, and that one connect with every single current SaaS company's agent in the back. So it's like every people has its own virtual assistant. And basically you are mainly communicate using voice, right? Actually thinking that actually make a lot more sense because human are lazy, right? If you can dealing with one, why do dealing with 10, right? Number two, obviously, like I said at the beginning, those agents can communicate among themselves much, much faster. So the time you spend otherwise communicate, you open LinkedIn, Sales Navigator, then you open Salesforce, you open another one, let's say HubSpot, right? Now you only talk to one, and that one would communicate among each other. It probably save you 90% of time. So that is the question. If we do believe there will be a single entry point for all your productivity, then I think a lot of SaaS is irrelevant.
And I think your touch on the entry points, I think, is great. And I think that the question is, what's the entry point going to be? Will it be a ChatGPT, chat.com interface? Will it be a Siri or Android? I don't know, but I know that first agent will have to talk to countless other tools in the back, and it'll be like an aggregation of an aggregation. And you said something in the back that really struck me. Is like there will be, you need fitted models for certain things, right?
Yeah, we call them distilled models, right? I mean, the news last week coming out is even Microsoft CEO said the large model is kind of getting very similar, right? And then GPU-based scaling from the scientists, GPU-based scaling may hit a ceiling too, right? But the key question is, do we need that? Do we need that another 5 billion model? Or maybe it's a smaller model distilled towards your needs, but tightly integrate into your enterprise private data sector, right? And that might be enough.
Do you think that's where we're headed? Is that the larger models are all being commoditized, and we're just going to be, individual companies will have their own models and they won't even be using the large foundation models?
Well, I do think a large model is not, I won't say commoditized, but I think at a certain point, good enough is good enough, right? So it's already past majority of the enterprise use case requirements. That's number one. Number two, the cost is a main thing for adaptation. Now we're talking about adaptation, how to make money, right? So the cost is very important, right? You could have running at maybe even a lower end GPU. The future, actually H100 next year price might go down, or you may even distribute your computational on GPU and edge, right? On a small model too. That is where I see a lot company profit on the AI versus you have to run everything on a very expensive infrastructure and a large model.
Yeah, and I think like large models, they're getting cheaper as well with scale. The question is that not like an entry point? Are those prices going down? Is it going to stay down? Which would be really, really important. For example, we do video analytics using Gemini's 1.5 Flash model, which is the only one that's still capable of analyzing video at scale to detect brands and branded content, whether the influencer, what is he wearing, is he mentioning a brand actively or passively, and it's tremendously accurate. And 1 year ago, when these models launched, they were much less accurate, and the costs would be limiting. We couldn't have built the service. But because the costs decreased like 5 times since then, it's now not cost restrictive anymore, and we can do it at absolute scale. We process millions of videos per hour through this to do huge reports for marketers saying, look, this is how many times you were mentioned across these influencers, organically or paid. But that's without these models, and without the costs going down, it wouldn't be possible. And I hope there are more, narrow-fitted models for that. But currently, we have to use the big ones.
I mean, presumably that's because Google owns YouTube and they use all the YouTube videos to train that model, right? That's why they stand out for that specific use case. So I'm curious, though, speaking of costs, there's this larger narrative that AI will reduce the number of employees needed at SaaS companies and will kind of change how SaaS companies operate. I'm curious what you're seeing internally on how many employees you need to hire, how effective and productive these employees are as you adopt more and more AI tools internally.
So on our end, for example, an engineer that uses AI well versus one that doesn't is usually 3 to 4 times faster in building, deploying, and getting stuff done. But it's not only engineers, it's as I mentioned, there's data science, aggregation, statisticians, but also marketing and sales use cases that just weren't before. And the way these models are being used today to do sales and marketing is just so lame for B2B SaaS companies. It's like, I'm sure you guys are getting all these emails like, hey, Joel, but they're not really leveraging it. So I think adoption-wise in B2B SaaS, we're still at 1, 2, 3%, and the good use case is even less. But when that's going to be scaled up, I think we're going to need our own AIs for our own mailbox to sift through actually interesting stuff, which begs to the question is will it not be 2 AIs essentially that I put as agents in front of me and to filter through, because maybe I'm interested in some of this stuff, right? So it's an interesting way of looking at it, but definitely makes a company that has 30 people can do what a company of 100, 150 could do before.
I agree. I think 90% reduction on labor force for repeated work, those are process-driven work, right? Sales is a process-driven work. You're sourcing the leads, you validate the leads, you put them into the funnel, right? And then a good example would be the Web Summit app, right? You got a lot of connection requests. I wish there is agents just to help me pre-negotiate, see if it's really an interesting meeting, and then connect with my calendar, see where should I be meeting, tied up my location versus like a meeting in the downtown and then have to come over here for a second meeting, then going back somewhere else. I think that basically is reduce a virtual assistant, right? So that would be very helpful. But overall, I think 90%, if not more, reduction is what I'm thinking.
So do both of you, I'm curious, are we going to see the first one-person unicorn startup in our lifetimes?
So yeah, my friends have built a 3-person almost unicorn and sold it to Facebook and Meta, and I think yes is the short answer. I think it's really possible to build tech that one person can do completely everything. I think it'd likely be 2 or 3 or 4 people, but I do think it is possible to build a unicorn with single-digit team size.
So it's inevitable.
It will happen, not in our lifetimes, but in the next 24 months, is my opinion.
All right. Tony, what do you think?
I definitely agree on that one, right? Single-digit, and with a lot of sourcing the power. You don't need full-time and a lot, workflow built into the organization. It's basically going to be insight-driven. Previously, the challenge of it's about scaling your company, your business, right? I think with AI, that scaling portion might be tremendously easier now. If you have the right idea, right forecast, it's all about where do you forecast your cost, which narrow vertical you're going to focus that won't be crushed by bigger players, right? If you have those right insight and you quickly build up, AI will help you scale very, very fast. So to that point, I definitely agree.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit more about agents. I'm curious, paint me a picture. Where are we today, and where will we be in a few years, and what are the main obstacles that are stopping us from being accelerating to where we should be in a few years?
Sure. Service agent is a larger category, and I kind of roughly subdivide those into back-end agents and the front-end agents. Front-end agents requires natural interaction with human being. Voice, video, avatar sales, like a retail agent when you pop up, right? Those front-end agents, I think, is just getting started because basically we introduced a new species into the human communication, right? There's all kind of problems, right? Audio, video, your lip syncing, your initial reaction time might take a couple seconds for the video to kick in, right? So and the translation, right? All those things on that's just getting started. But I think that is something we will see explore, and maybe starting from healthcare, financial, and retail, right? Those three sectors I think is very strong. Now the back-end agents, it's actually already started. It's in full bloom, I think, because you already have structured data, in Salesforce data records, right? RESTful API is everywhere, and it's relatively easy to define. And frankly, we already seen this. It started, I would say, from marketing first, right? You connect multiple marketing tools together, and you run some cron job or back-end stuff. You just don't call them agents. But now those stuff is much, much more smarter, and because all the data and the process is already clear, those is already there, just like less obvious.
And I think, like, if you look at the agent models today, like, if I wanted to buy a SaaS PaaS tool, whatever, that will take care of my customer care, still, everything that's out there is fairly lame and doesn't really, it's not a one-size-fits-all, thing. So, for instance, for my most complex clients, I take all of our email conversations and I put them in one ChatGPT thread, everything we've discussed, and I also have an FAQ done in another super thread, I call them, and I would make a ChatGPT super thread, and I just paste the last email that the client sent. It's, can you suggest the answer? And it's likely 80-90% there. And then I run it through the query of conversations with that client. Now, when I ask Gemini or Copilot or all of those that are in my workplace, they're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Or give me a proposal from a completely different thread, and I don't know what the heck they're doing with that. I asked Google for a refund for Gemini. I'm like, guys, seriously? You're calling that AI for workplace? No.
So what do you think is the obstacle? What's stopping us from being in a full-blown agent world?
In my opinion, it's still productization of AI solutions. Google is an engineering-led company, and you've seen them in the B2B area fail over and over. This is why they're so good in building GCP, because engineers can build something like Google Cloud Platform with all its APIs, models, etc. But they're so bad at Google Workplace, where still there are features in slides, docs, sheets that are missing for half a decade. That Microsoft is going to start out innovating Google very, very. They already are. And their Copilot is so much more powerful than what Google has, which is unfortunate for me as a Google user.
Okay, I'm curious, let's shift back to SaaS and specifically startups. You mentioned you get a bunch of pitches from companies that it's very, very difficult to see what value they're really adding. What are the biggest telltale signs when a startup is actually using AI, and so many startups are rebranding themselves as AI companies nowadays. So how can you tell whether a startup is genuinely using AI or is really innovating in the space, or is just using AI as a way to market themselves or build investor hype?
Well, I'd like to go back to our single-digit unicorn company example, right? If AI is there, currently where we are, I think if I'm actually create a new SaaS company using AI, it probably would be my elevator pitch would be, hey, I can have, instead of you buy everybody a seat in all those 10 tools, I only need 5 total seats. And with one single point of Copilot entrance, I will save you 90% on the SaaS seats, and I will increase productivity by 10x. That will be my SaaS company for AI, because that you are attacking an existing volume. The usage is there, and the value is very clear. You are not innovate. You are basically increase efficiency and reduce cost. That to me is a very clear use case. But again, going back to the panel, I think this may or may not be the good news for every existing traditional SaaS company out there. So it's really depends on if these SaaS company are fast innovate themselves.
And I'll say something perhaps controversial to add to you, which is, I think how to spot a company, right? It's, as you said it's single digit, it's that. But also, I think that a company like that, like you just described, doesn't need a pre-seed round. It shouldn't need a pre-seed round, because it can deal with most of the pre-seed stuff on its own, if they have like jobs as like a part-time thing very quickly on their own. Meaning, of course, seed rounds, post-seed rounds, which are the original A's, yes. But I think that the early stage funding, super early stage funding, it just doesn't need to happen. Like, we can skip all of that and have like a production-ready thing that's already with some product market fit before an investor puts a dime in the company.
So what is one advice that you're giving is basically bootstrap. I'm curious,
bootstrap.
Is there any other advice, as the final last words, any advice to a startup, whether it's an AI startup, whether it's a SaaS startup, whatever they're calling themselves, they're looking to raise money or they're figuring out their product fit, any open advice that you have to them?
Yeah, I think if we follow our prediction, you really have to think hard. Your old SaaS model is a subscription, trying to sell as many seats, lock them in a 1-year contract. Is that sustainable in the future? What you don't want to do is design the AI SaaS with the old business and the financial model. And I think that's probably would be my prediction. Like you really want to design for the future, right? And then thinking about, instead of selling your customer company 100 seats for 1 year, maybe he only going to buy 2 seats, but those 2 seats would be high output because the AI can query the database 24/7 and 100x faster. So maybe the pricing model will also have to be different. Yeah, you might have to come up with a new thing. Otherwise, I think maybe after 1 or 2 years, you will find your whole financial model that we are very good at last 10 years, kind of predict SaaS valuation based on cash flow, based on subscription, is irrelevant.
Yeah, my prediction is like it's going to be harder than ever before to build new B2B opportunities for SaaS. These companies like ChatGPT, every update, it takes so many use cases away. And you really want to build a defendable model, defendable company. So you have to find niches to build in at very quick scale. And as you said, lock them in by value. But I don't know whether the 1-year upfront contracts are going to last, in certain places for planning for these things. So it might be product-led growth with then upgrades to enterprise, but doing it extremely quickly at an extremely fast pace. Will show how these entrepreneurs can get it done. And again, with probably very small teams at the beginning that then start scaling as they're going to 10 million, 50 million, 100 million in ARR.
Okay, so think through your business model really hard and how you want to scale over the next few years. That's the advice from these two.
Yep.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Jan.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, guys.
Hello, everybody. We're getting ready for the next session. The next session is going to be about vertical victory. As with vertical AI companies, it's becoming increasingly difficult for SaaS verticals to make a profit because of the high cost of acquiring new customers. and collecting proper data. Learn from Yoyulta CEO Jeff Kim, who tackles these dual challenges. Please welcome to the stage Jeff Kim, being interviewed by Red Power.
Good morning. How are you guys? Thursday, last day of Web Summit in Lisbon 2024. I've got my friend Jeff with me. We're going to talk about vertical AI today. I'm Red Power. I'm a contributor at Forbes, and I also run an executive coaching firm based out of Washington, D.C. But Jeff, thank you for being here. I look forward to this conversation. What sets Yanoga apart from other companies? We had a great conversation backstage about this, but share with us your business, what you do, and talk a little bit about and define vertical AI.
First of all, thank you for inviting to us, and I'd like to explain Yanorja first. So Ya means hey, Norja means let's play. So hey, let's play. We would like to make a next generation travel technology company because in this industry, we have experienced to make the enterprise customer can pay for their advanced, better the productivity. That's the reason why our vertical AI is very profitable, and as our profit can go up through our new vertical AI service increase. So I believe that vertical AI will lead the AI market upfront, and then in the near future, most of the Gen AI will be connected with vertical AI for the better service and more profitability.
Are you running into any regulatory issues because you do operate globally in multiple countries? Are you running into any regulatory issues with the service?
That's a very good question. Usually, Gen AI cannot be very profitable because of two reasons. First, the data collection costs a lot because of the regulation issue.
Okay.
At the same time, it costs a lot to be connected with new customers. Usually, real-time data should be connected between the AI service and customer. But the connection process is very difficult and the cost is very high usually. In that sense, vertical AI is a little bit different.
Okay.
We make a reservation, we make a contract with the customer to have their real-time data holistically. But we can keep the very high quality data protection and security for their data.
Okay.
So that's the reason why Gen AI cannot collect the data from our customer, while we can protect their data with a high security. That's the reason why Gen AI should be connected with vertical AI with very high data protection and security service.
Okay. So what are the other hurdles then? What are you facing as you expand globally? Are there challenges with vertical AI that you're facing that you've overcome, and can you talk about that a little bit?
We started with SaaS business first because data collection is quite crucial to realize vertical AI. In that sense, we need to be connected with the supplier first. So currently, more than 30,000 hotel and the other suppliers are using our cloud-based software for their operation. That's the reason why we could collect very high quality data from the supplier. This is the first business we made about 8 years ago. In parallel, we tried to invest into advanced data lake with big data and room mapping technologies. Usually, even though we can collect the data from the supplier's data is very, very complex and fragmented. That's the reason why it's very difficult to identify whether two different inventory are identical or not. That's the reason why if you visit to the booking platform for your travel, there are lots of the inventories with a similar room type. So with our room mapping and big data technologies, we could have a uniform the inventory and content data. That's the reason why we could have more than 18,000 sales channel customers. So most of the global OTAs, the booking platforms, and the major travel agencies and tour operator and the wholesaler, including Medibank, are using our data lake for their service. That's the reason why we could have a quality data from the supplier. At the same time, you could have a streamlined data flow from the supplier to end consumer. This data is very critical to make a new service for our consumer.
We were talking backstage about even you're using it in B2B and B2C. You were talking about K-pop a few minutes ago and how they use, the band, I guess, uses your service. Talk about that, because that's an interesting use case too.
Sure. If you are familiar with Korean, the K-pop stars like BTS or Blackpink or Psy, they would like to have a more concert. But recently, number of the consumer who would like to visit to the concert or the fan meeting or the other chance to meet the K-pop star has been increasing a lot. That's the reason why only with the online process is not enough. On-site operation is very critical for their safety and the security. So we have invested into on-site operation, which is connected with online experience. So if you make a reservation for the concert, for example, then usually there are more than 100,000 the consumers who like to visit to the concert or visit to the other places to see the concert. That's the reason why we should have an on-site operation for the identification or the ticketing system for the end consumer. This is what we made for every kind of the travel experiences. For example, even though you made a reservation for your flight, is it possible to check whether flight time has been changed or not? No. You should visit to the airport to check whether your flight time has been changed or not. Similarly, even though you can make a reservation for your hotel room, is it possible to ask the room service or concierge service through the interface you made the reservation? No. You should make a call, or you should visit to the concierge, the office, to ask the service. I think it looks very weird, considering the AI or the advanced digital transformation.
Right.
Because the data between on-site, offline, and online is not connected. Disconnected data flow. That's the reason why it's impossible to make better service for the end consumer.
Right.
But we are connecting those two experiences. That means pre-trip experience. Pre-trip experience is about the reservation. And in-trip experience during your trip should be connected. Then it's possible to make a streamlined data flow for better service. At the same time, if you can have a Gen AI as an assistant, that means your personal assistant are escorting your full travel journey with the best data. This is what we expect. But if we do not have a streamlined data flow between your pre-trip and in-trip experience, even though you can bring your very smart assistant, the assistant cannot do anything. That's the reason why vertical AI service will be a very important complementary relationship with Gen AI.
Yeah. I'm fascinated too, because it leads to my next question. That was a great segue. I'm fascinated by this thing that you do, which is called a proprietary data lake. What is that? That's a fascinating term. What does it do, and how does it improve operational effectiveness, profitability, and can you explain it and the concept behind it, and how it helps your business?
Great. Data lake is advanced database. Usually, old-fashioned database can collect the data. However, the data is useless because big data technology is not working that well. So we should have a new data architecture to use the big data. Big data stands for to uniformize the data in spite of the different data structure and data format. You already have an experience from the Microsoft Excel.
Right.
If you have a space, or if you have the other type of the data, it's impossible to calculate any numbers through your Excel because the Excel cannot identify whether this data is similar with the other data or not. Similar situation we have had in travel industry. For example, if I can collect two kinds of the data from the one similar hotel and similar hotel room type, if we put the data like different spaces or different style or different order or different numbers, then database cannot identify these two different inventory are identical or not. But with the big data, it's possible. That's the reason why we are using the AI for our big data technologies. So based on this, we can uniformize every kind of data in spite of the different data format or different data type and structure from different sources of the data. That's the reason why every sales channel, like travel companies, would like to use our data for better consumer service. So based on this, we could have large number of the customers from the supplier and the sales channel. So currently, more than 150,000 B2B enterprise customers are connected with our data lake. Based on this, we have launched vertical AI service. For example, we launched machine learning-based prediction tool. Retail price usually can be decided according to the demand and supply. So retail price of the hotel room or the airplane or the leisure facilities cannot be controllable, while wholesale price can be changed. But sales channel cannot identify the source of the channel or the timing to have a lowest wholesale price. If they can have a lower wholesale price, that means the margin can be enlarged. So we provide the machine learning-based prediction tool for our customers. Then through our AI tool, customer can identify the timing and the channel, they can find out the lowest price. So with this kind of the service, our customer can enjoy the higher margin. So this is one of the examples we can provide thanks to our data. So again, 150,000 customers are connected with our data lake. Based on this data, we can provide many kinds of the new AI services. And this AI service can reinforce the increase in our data lake data amount. Also, another thing is about the content. So we can provide the augmented content. For example, we can understand which time zone usually travelers would like to check in at the specific hotel. Also, it's possible to identify what kinds of the room services consumer would like to ask. So this kind of the data can be very helpful for the B2B enterprise customers or B2C and the consumer because, for example, if the specific time zone can be can have a very high traffic, then I can avoid the timing to check in. So this kind of the new content can be augmented based on our data lake. So I believe that this kind of the new technology with the big data technology should be based on the data lake. That's why we have invested a lot.
So what I really love about that is that it sounds like to me that it's going to improve my experience when I travel and it will store my information, so it knows my preferences, it knows the kind of hotels, the kind of flights, and will it help me? Will it save me time, you think, in making travel arrangements?
This is a very important question. Sometimes we are confused with the Gen AI service for the travel. If you buy the water today, the service can identify when will you buy the water again. For example, in 2 weeks. Because you may have a pattern to buy the water.
Right.
But travel is quite different.
Okay.
If you go to the Lisbon for your travel, next time you will go to the Lisbon again? Maybe not. At the same time, context can be different. You came here for your business trip, but next time you may look for the travel with your family or friends or alone. That's the reason why the pattern for the travel is totally different from the e-commerce, game, or fintech. So we should have a different algorithm based on the different data set. So I believe...
Could I tell it? So I'm going on a business trip to Lisbon, or I'm taking the family to Barcelona, or I'm taking my son to New York. I mean, can you specify? Will it allow me to specify the type of travel and then look at know my preferences at that point, or?
Yeah. So we expect kind of the recommendation of your travel itinerary from the Gen AI usually, but those kind of the recommendation is not helpful for the travel industry. That's what I mean. Rather than that, it's the best to bring your best, the smartest assistant besides you, along with your travel. That's the best service for the travel. So that's the reason why I'm telling about the streamlined data flow. For example, if you go to the business trip to Lisbon, then you may make a reservation for the hotel and here and the other meeting place with your client. Then AI can identify this guy are planning to go to the business trip according to the context. Your personal assistant can support what kind of the transportation, what kind of the menu for your restaurant, and what kind of the hotel room. Because context can be changed. So you should have a personal assistant besides you. That's the point. We need to develop the AI service for the travel. And that's the reason why vertical AI should be a complementary partner with the Gen AI as a smart assistant.
So we've got about 3 minutes left. I want to switch gears a little bit and talk about leadership and you as a CEO. One of the things that, when I work with a lot of CEOs, and one of the biggest concerns is how do we keep up with the change and the pace of change that we see, and with all the technology. How are you as a CEO looking around the corners, because that's the job as a CEO, to see the future, predict the future the best you can, and then react and decide what these technologies and how they're going to implement, and how you implement them in your business, how they're going to affect your business. How do you do that, and what's your advice to entrepreneurs and founders out here who are, need to be able to see around those corners and be able to move fast and implement these technologies? And then the second part of the question is, how do you recommend they look at technology? So is it one person that's keeping up with all the tech? Is it a team approach? Like, how do you do it in your organization? And then how do you implement those technologies? It's a big question, sorry.
Yeah.
But,
we have studied Y equal the value f, the function maps x2. Y equal fx. This is what we have studied. Y means outcome. And the function is the theory we have studied. So y is outcome, and we have studied the function. But the problem is that R square, kind of the correlation, is around 7%. That's the theory we have studied. But as you mentioned, the pace has been faster and faster. So it's impossible to study the function right now at university or at the workplace, because after studying the function, everything has been changed. That's the reason why we should change our mind. Y is not outcome. Function is outcome. And Y and X are the input. That means we don't have to study that much about the theory. We should try, and we should make error, and we should change the input again and again. That means input is the most important, Y and X. Where the Y and X come from? That's the data. So I think rather than focusing on the old-fashioned theory, we should try and we should collect the quality data to make a new output function. At the same time, I think to make a sustainable growth, we should think of the long-term direction. That's the reason why I'm talking about the vertical AI. We started vertical AI 8 years ago. At the first time, I founded the Yanorja Cloud business as a B2B enterprise solution. Our VC, venture capital, and our investors didn't like that much. But we have invested into the vertical AI more than 8 years. And recently, for the recent years, we made a very good momentum to make a higher growth with a good profitability. We have invested the 6 years to make a profitable vertical AI. That means to make a sustainable growth, we should think of the new trend and the AI service in the long run.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks, Jeff and Red, for that talk. Awesome. We're going to proceed to the next session, which is all about the big climate disaster. See what we did there? How to stop tech killing the planet. With us on stage is Jude Ower, CSO from Planet Play, Christian Kroll, CEO from Ecosia. Donna Sound is interviewing them from CTV, National News, and the Indigenous Circle reporter at CTV. In this panel, we're discussing the elephant in the room. How much damage is all of this technology doing to our planet? Will the next generation make a stand? What do we need to do to stop emailing ourselves into oblivion? Please welcome on stage Jude, Christian, and Donna.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here, and I would like to say a big thank you to Web Summit for hosting us, having us, and for talking about this such an important topic. Okay, so the big climate disaster. Technology is intrinsically linked to climate change, which has been accelerated thanks to its ravenous, insatiable energy needs. Is all hope lost when it comes to the over-technifying of everything? We could start with you, Jude.
I think it's a great question, a great subject. I think, we are using technology more. It's part of our daily lives and everything that we do. But also, I see technology as being part of the solution. And I think as we get smarter with making tech more efficient and learning more about how we do that and how we can apply it, I think we should also think about like some of the positives in terms of if everybody on the planet is using tech, how can we leverage that in terms of community to take action to be part of the solution. So my perspective is kind of slightly different. So as part of big tech, I'm in gaming. And the games industry, I just want to bring up an example. Games companies now are really looking at their carbon footprint from game production to game playtime and the energy consumed. But we've got a huge engaged audience of 3.5 billion people playing for an average of 8 hours per week. It's a huge amount of player power. So how can we leverage that to raise awareness, change behaviour, get people to speak up about the things that they care about and support vital projects that need supporting on the ground. So I think, yes, there are issues. So I don't want to look at it with like rose-tinted glasses, but there are issues. But I think it's being aware of them and then looking at how we leverage our tech communities to be part of the solution.
Okay, and Christian, how would you answer that question, please?
My mission and my company's mission is basically to solve the climate crisis, and I would say I'm very concerned about the current status of our planet and in which direction we're heading at the moment. I think the climate crisis, of course, is not only caused by technology. There are many, many other factors that are way bigger and have also more responsibility. But I think technology, as you said, could be a great part of the solution, and it's unfortunately not yet. So what we're doing, we're giving 100% of our profits, 100% for different climate projects, right? So we're a search engine that you could use every day, and then by using our search engine, you're generating money for climate projects. And we have millions of users, which is great, but then we're also competing with other players, with the big tech companies who have billions of users and are also generating billions of profits. And at the moment, I feel like those companies could be doing a lot more with that money to actually have a positive impact on our planet, right? So they're maybe not the biggest source of greenhouse gases, but if you look at the money that they have available to make actually change, I think they could be doing more. Every big company, also, especially rich individuals and also rich countries could be doing more, and I think this is for me what is most frustrating, and where I hope that also my company can be a role model, or at least can raise the bar for those companies as well, because I think they should be doing more.
Well, I have to bring up the floodings in both Vermont and Valencia. Many say were caused by the climate crisis. Do you both agree? And will big tech ever be held accountable for the damage that it has done and is continuing to do to the environment?
Yeah, so I think it's dramatic what we're seeing happening now already. What happened in Valencia, for example, I think was a big wake-up call to a lot of people. But the sad news is that this is just the beginning. We will have something like Valencia happening multiple times a year in just a few decades. In a few decades, this won't even make the news anymore. So we're at the beginning of total climate collapse. And I think this is a situation that basically our house is on fire, right? So this is the situation that we're in, and we urgently need to put out the fire. I think what many companies do, including big tech companies, is just, okay, let's try that in a few decades we're not going to add additional fuel to the fire, which is maybe an okay start, but it's not going to solve the problem. We need people who say, okay, what is the maximum that I can do to turn out the fire so that we at least don't have 10 Valencia events per year, but maybe keep it to that current level, which is still horrible, because we're going to face a future where, unfortunately, by the end of the century, probably billions of people will die because of the effects of the climate crisis. And for me, it's I would say as a citizen, I feel that it's everybody's responsibility to do as much as they can to address this crisis. And as I said, there are a few individuals or a few companies who have a lot of resources who could be doing a lot. I'm not sure if tech companies need to be held accountable in the way that they, I don't know, get huge fines for what they're doing. But for me, it's just a moral question. If you can do a lot, then you should also be doing a lot. I mean, this is the same with many ethical questions. There are the weak people who are basically struggling to survive, and they, I think, also can't be obliged to give even more, but then there are really rich people who could be doing so much.
Well, that brings me to my next question. So maybe you can answer this one, Jude, first. Google, Microsoft, and other big companies like that have moved towards nuclear power to power their AI machines. Is it too little, too late? And what needs to be done to this poisoning more of the planet? Because that, you know, when it's used, it has to be stored, and that nuclear, it lasts forever, really, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, AI is obviously a big topic right now. Nuclear is a big topic right now. I think, is it too little, too late? I think we need to be doing everything we can. So I think even the littlest thing we should be doing to try our best collectively to do what we can. And so I think, you know, and I kind of coming at it from a gaming perspective, which is kind of the world that I sit in. So actually I probably should explain a little bit about what it is we do. But the company, I'm Chief Strategy Officer for Planet Play, we're working with the entire games industry to help activate players to fund green projects. So projects that could make a huge difference to the climate crisis, and also to enable people to speak up, to be heard by policymakers. So one of the quickest way we can make any movement on the climate crisis is to get policymakers to change the right policies, and the quickest way to get them to move is to get people to speak up. But where are we going to get a volume of people at such speed and scale to speak up? And gaming is the perfect solution to that. And so I think what we're trying to do is really kind of bring the industry together, both from a business perspective, like what can game studios and publishers and platforms do, and be a guiding light in terms of what are the things they should be doing and thinking about, you know, especially with this, with AI using so much power. Games use a lot of power, and the more they become richer games, richer experiences, the more power they're going to consume, especially on console. But actually I think in our industry, what we're starting to see is that games industries are becoming smarter in terms of the next generation consoles will be more efficient. And we see 50% of gamers are playing on mobile devices, which take up less energy than if you play on a console. So I think change is happening. You know, whether we're using nuclear or some other sort of clean energy, I think we just have to be doing everything we can to, you know, at every level. And whether you're an individual, a big tech company, a gaming company, it's about trying to move things in the right direction. But I think the power that we've got is by being able to get people to speak up and get people to understand the things that they should be doing as an individual, that industries could be doing, and what policymakers could be doing. Because when you think about the floods in Valencia, you can feel quite powerless. You can look at the climate crisis and go, well, what can I do? And you just feel devastated because you know it's such a big thing to try and tackle. But I think through games we can tell stories, we can raise awareness, we can help to nudge and change behaviour, which I think is really fascinating. So from that individual level, we can start to see the things that we can do. I think as individuals, as humans, it's hard for us to imagine the future and imagine what the climate crisis could do to us and impact us. And so we don't expect these things to happen, but I think if we can raise awareness of the things that we could do and help to mitigate from an individual level, help people understand what industries could be doing and to put pressure on industry and what policymakers could be doing, then I think that's everybody doing a little bit. So when it comes to thinking about AI and nuclear, I think it's every little bit counts.
And Christian, your thoughts on that issue?
Yeah, I think one thing to point out here is that I think nuclear energy is not at all the right direction. So for some reason, those companies are very obsessed, and also some of the tech founders are very obsessed with nuclear energy. It's true that nuclear energy is not emitting CO2 emissions, but it's still an exothermic reaction. So you're still generating a lot of heat that is still trapped on our planet. So it's not at all a solution, actually. And of course, you have nuclear waste that is lying around for thousands of years. You have very unreliable and very expensive input material. And we already have much better technologies available. Like we have solar power and wind, and by now pretty good energy storage. There's no reason anymore to build nuclear power. And the countries that rely a lot on nuclear power, like France, for example, they're in big trouble now because it's more and more difficult to access uranium, which is to a large extent also controlled by Russia. So I think this is the wrong direction. We have much better solutions, and I don't understand why tech companies who should have decent knowledge about science are obsessed with this type of solution. No idea. And by the way, I think they're not going to get the permission to run those power plants anyhow, because it takes years to get everything up and running. So yeah, I think it's not feasible.
So should these technology companies be forced to pay reparations for countries that have experienced climate disasters?
I mean, again, technology companies for me maybe shouldn't be, they are maybe one group, but this is a bigger question of there are people who are suffering from the CO2 emissions that the rich people on this planet, so yeah, basically the Western world, and now also starting China, we have put a lot of CO2 emissions into the atmosphere, and that means that people who have not at all created this problem are now suffering a lot from it. So especially people in the tropics, people in sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, we're talking about Valencia, right, where it's dramatic what has happened, but maybe you haven't seen in the news last week also in southern Sudan, there were 350,000 people who had to leave their homes because of a flooding. I mean, and nobody's even talking about those. And there's nothing that they have done to cause the climate crisis. It was us. So that means for me, if we have caused the problem, it's also our obligation to solve it. And again, especially the people who have made a lot of money while they were causing the problem, they should also be obliged to then put a lot of money in and solve the problem.
Right.
Unfortunately, we don't have a system yet in place where there would be a tax or something like that that goes just into basically repairing those types of situations. Or more importantly, still trying to prevent even further damage. Like we're still in a situation where we need to make sure that we don't emit even more greenhouse gases, because the more we emit now, the worse it will get in the future. So so I would agree those companies, big companies like the big tech companies, should pay a lot of money to solve this problem. But unfortunately, I haven't been elected US president, so I can't force them.
I think
we have to. Something has to be done. What needs to be done? I mean, they always get tax breaks, it seems, and that has to stop, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think a kind of carbon tax globally would be a smart move, but I think there's always going to be loopholes, and that would be my worry.
So, okay, tell me about, Christian, tell me about your company, Ecosia. Trees equals oxygen equals clean air. So please briefly describe your company and what you are doing.
Yeah, so we basically operate a search engine that generates like other search engines. I mean, you probably know Google, Bing. We offer the same service, but we use 100% of the profits that we generate to fund different climate projects, especially tree planting projects. And we've already planted over 218 million trees, so quite a lot of trees. That's a big forest across the globe, so especially also in developing countries. And we're financing tree planting projects because they are, like if you're looking at where you can have the most impact per euro or dollar invested, those are actually the best projects. Like the only better project would be to protect existing forests. That would be even more return on your investment. But often we're designing our tree planting projects also in a way that they protect forests. And the good thing about tree planting projects is that they're not only taking CO2 out of the air, but they're actually also helping the local people. So we're often working in developing countries. There, people, by planting trees, they can make an income because we're paying them for doing that. But then they can also generate future income because, let's say they're planting a fruit tree, then in a few years they can also harvest that fruit and sell it on the market. And it basically also creates at least a little microclimate where people can still basically keep living. Like in many, like what I've referred to earlier, you often have now already the consequences that in many regions already 2 or 3 degrees warmer than it should be. That means that many people just have to move away if you don't adapt basically to what's happening. And tree planting projects are also very good at that. They can basically create a more resilient local climate, stabilize the water cycle as well, improve the soil quality so that people can actually still survive in those areas. So that's why it's super, super important. And that's what we're doing.
So what policy changes would you advocate for to prevent future disasters? And I'd like both of you to answer that, please.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one wish, but again, I'm not the president of the world or not even president of anything. So I think at the moment the problem is that the people who are destroying our planet don't have to pay for it. The oil companies that are generating billions in profits, they don't have to pay for the CO2 emissions that they're causing. And at the same time, the people who are trying to repair our planet, they don't get any reward for it. Like, we haven't received a single cent for planting 218 million trees. And there is no market really. And I think what we would need eventually is a decent CO2 price, global CO2 price that goes in both directions so that the people who are destroying our planet, destroying our climate, have to pay for it, and that the people who are trying to repair it actually can benefit from it. Then I think much of the crisis would be solved, because then you have a functioning market where people can make money by regenerating our planet. At the moment, it's just people who are stupid enough to do something like we're doing. Our planet is counting on those types of initiatives, but the people who are destroying our planet don't have to pay at all.
Yeah. And Jude, how would you answer that?
Well, I think I would advocate for Sir Christian to become president of the world. But I think, kind of thinking about it slightly differently and thinking about the games industry. So I think this idea is really smart. I love this from kind of all industries approach. If I think about the games industry, because I think from what we see, there's so much potential in gaming to be a big part of the solution, from funding to behaviour change to policy change. And one of the biggest challenges we've got in the games industry is there's a lot of appetite to support the planet and do more green activity in game. But usually it's not the first thing that game studios do, because obviously the games industry has gone through a pretty turbulent time this year. There's been a lot of redundancies, a correction in the market because of oversupply of games from COVID and after COVID. So games companies are really just trying to stay afloat, although there's a lot of appetite to do more green. So I think one policy I'd love to see change is an incentive for games companies to be able to put green game content or green activity in game. So that could be buy an item in game, like a coin pack or a character, percentage of money goes into green projects. There's hundreds of millions that we could raise by doing that alone. There's 3.5 billion people that can speak up and tell us how they feel about climate change policy, change industry. There's 3.5 billion people that can change behaviour. So I think if games companies were encouraged or incentivized to do more, and that could be like an R&D tax credit, or in the UK we've got the video games tax credit. So if you build a game in the UK, you get a small percentage back from your tax bill. So something like that. There could be a green gaming credit. There could be a policy that could incentivize more.
I would have never
studios.
put the two together, gaming and climate. Climate action.
It's a unique partnership, but it really works.
So that's very, very interesting concept. Okay. So what do we have to do collectively to stop killing our planet?
Yeah. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a lot of, especially the big oil companies, but also the big polluters on this planet, try to put the responsibility on the individuals. This whole idea of a carbon footprint was invented by the oil industry, because the oil industry wants us to feel guilty about this, right? This big problem, so that they can still keep producing. So I think we have to be very careful. The responsibility isn't really on us as the individuals. It's on our politicians and the leaders of the company to make significant changes. We can hold them accountable. We can vote the right people for the right people, and then I think that to a large extent is the power that we have if we really want fundamental change. That said, I think there's still individual actions that we as individuals under those circumstances can do. The most important thing that, and I think this probably relates, or I'm probably hitting a nerve with many people here, but the most important thing that you as an individual can do if you want to reduce your carbon footprint is that you try to fly as little as possible. So flying is by far the worst thing that you can do. A single flight from, let's say, Berlin to San Francisco is around 2 tons of CO2 emissions. That's your entire annual CO2 budget.
Wow.
Many people maybe don't know, so that's why, I try to fly as little as possible. I came here by bus and train, which was painful, but still I think the right thing to do, because it's just a massive negative impact that flying has. It's not well known, and it's the biggest lever that each of us can have. The other big thing is reducing meat consumption, because meat is generating huge amounts of CO2 emissions, especially red meat. But then basically this is what you can do. Vote for the right people, maybe don't buy stuff that you don't need, but otherwise the system needs to change. It's not, to some extent, maybe you as individuals, but mostly it's the system. And so voting is probably the most important thing that an individual can do.
Yeah, very good points.
Yes.
What would you have to say?
Yeah, I think just a quick one is, and if you work in a, it doesn't have to be a big tech company, but wherever you work, you can take action from within. And we've seen this happening quite a bit, especially in gaming, where we've seen green teams be formed inside the company who kind of take it upon themselves to look at what can we do as a company to reduce our emissions, reduce our footprint, whether it be like having a cycle to work scheme, or reducing the number of flights that you take, or going completely meat free in the canteen. So you can have people internally that can put pressure on the executives to then make those changes, which then starts to kind of seed the right behaviours internally. So I think don't underestimate the power that you've got within the companies that you're within, because you can make that change from within.
Right. Well, it's been a pleasure speaking with you both. Thank you for being here, and thank you all for being here. We are unfortunately out of time, so thank you again, Web Summit, and to all of you, and to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
So we did the unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Companies are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either-or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comeback.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 15 minutes.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comedown.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
The unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive comeback.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Please take your seats. The stage will open in 5 minutes. Please welcome to the stage startup evangelist with Fusion Auth, Brendan Yell.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Day 3 Web Summit. Wow, it is a long 3 days, although those long 3 days seem to go really quickly. Now you may detect a slight accent. Yes, it's true. I am from Australia. I did fly for 22 hours to get here. And every year I always go, oh my God, how am I going to do Web Summit for 3 days with like really bad jet lag? But you know how I do it? I do it because I come to an event like this and I find that the people here they're kind of my tribe. They're the people I like to hang out with. And I'll give you an example of the opposite of that. A couple of years ago, I got an email saying, hey, we'd love you to speak at this corporate event. It's $2,000 for 8 minutes. Sounds all right, $2,000, 8 minutes. I better just check where I am. And as it turned out, I was in the city of Sydney that day, and where the hotel was, about 100 metres from there, about an hour later, I was going to hop on a ferry. The ferry was taking us to an island in Sydney Harbour where we had all these startup founders and investors, and we're all camping on the island in the harbour. So anyway, I go to this corporate event, and it's an insurance company. And no offence to any insurance companies out there. I'm sure I've offended somebody. But I thought, okay, this insurance company, they're probably not going to be into like a startup talk. And it was one of those kind of fuck-up stories kind of talks where you have to talk about a failure. And I figured this audience, they're probably not going to be really my people, but, so I amped it up. So I'm running from side to side, and I'm being as animated as possible, telling my story. And the whole audience was just looking at me like, why would you waste $300,000 of your own money in something that may never succeed and is risky? And of course, they're insurance agents, so they're not into risk. But I really, so anyway, the MC comes and saves me at the end, and he goes, any questions for Brendan? And there's no questions from the audience, which I'm telling you is the worst sign as a speaker. If no one's going to ask any questions, that's like, we just want you to go away. So then I do the right thing. It's a paid speaking spot, and you're supposed to hang around a little bit afterwards in case anybody wants to kind of talk to you. And I hung around, and no one wanted to talk to me, so I sort of skulked on off. Anyway, I walk around from the hotel and hop on this boat, and there are all these startup founders, angel investors, and community builders, and I was like, my people. These are the people I like to hang out with. And even this morning, I spent like an hour and a half on the Fusion Auth booth, which is somewhere over there. And I just met amazing people. So nice to be with my tribe. Thank you for having me here. Now, here we are at the SaaS stage. I think SaaS is at a pretty interesting stage at the moment. Certainly SaaS is mature, right? SaaS has been around for a while. Like I know plenty of VC funds, plenty of investors. They kind of only invest in SaaS. And you think, well, why would they do that? Well, they do that because they understand the playbook. They understand the business models. They understand the metrics. They understand the growth hacks. They understand the exit strategies. But I suppose, AI being mature is great, but guess what? This thing called AI has come along, and it seems to be disrupting everything, and it's certainly disrupting SaaS. 2 years ago, I was here at Web Summit, and there was sort of some mention of AI, and, you'd have a lot of, founders or CEOs would sort of mention it during, an interview. And I remember going back to Sydney, so that would have been like November the 15th. I'll go back to Sydney and saying to my wife, hey, I kind of really need to learn this AI thing. I really feel like I think it's about to take off. The cost of compute's going down and the models are getting better. So you'll laugh at me, but I went to like Udemy and I paid for a $20 course to learn AI because I knew a little bit about it, but not really. And, turns out structured learning wasn't really my thing. And what I ended up doing was actually going onto YouTube and finding some YouTubers that kind of spoke my language and were about my level. I subscribed to their channels, and I still do. But weirdly, that was November the 15th, and then on November 30th, ChatGPT is released. And I know that, there were models before ChatGPT, and it's, even going back to the 60s, and we've had IBM Watson, but certainly that pace of adoption, like I've never seen anything like that. The iPhone that was launched in 2007, it took kind of 8 years before everyone kind of had some form of smartphone, in their pocket. And what was, I suppose, called, we look back at it, was a revolution. It was really an evolution. It was kind of a slow change as opposed to a fast change. But there's no doubt with AI, this has been a revolution because, November 30th, ChatGPT is launched, and like 12 days later, my teenage kids are talking about it. So just that pace of change is just kind of absolutely amazing. But how does that kind of affect, the SaaS plays? Well, there's no doubt with SaaS that, you know, I think the freemium model's still around. Everyone knows what freemium is, right? So you get something for free and you get to a certain level where they ask you to pay for it. I heard some investor recently say that the freemium model is dead. And I'm like, well, I totally disagree with you there. I think the freemium model is around to stay. I suppose what I do think, though, is that perhaps we expect a lot more for free. You know, even if you look at like the free version of ChatGPT, that's a pretty amazing product for free. So I think these days, as a SaaS company, as a software company, your software has to provide more value, has to engage you more, has to be better before we will sort of, you know, pull the credit card out of the pocket and kind of subscribe to that software. So what does that mean for SaaS? Well, you know, I think they're in a very disruptive kind of space as well. So I'll be interested to see how certain incumbent models, like some of the SaaS software now, you think about it, this cloud-based software has really been around for over 20 years. So we'll kind of see how that gets disrupted. I've just lost my notes here for a second, so to speak. So, you know, I think SaaS, like every other stage this year, is going to be heavily impacted by AI. But enough about me. So this afternoon here, we've got an eclectic lineup, really from like property platforms to passwords. But first of all, I'm going to kind of dampen the mood with something controversial. You know, is software just still a bit shit these days? Is that right? I don't know. Or is it, how do you say here, merde? Is that the right word? I don't speak any other languages. I'm from Australia. We really only speak Australian, so I do apologize, and apologize for my accent. But now we'd actually like to welcome up to the stage the CEO and founder of Easy PR and the host of the Better Offline podcast, Ed Zetroni.
What's up, everyone? All right, let's see if the slides come up, though. One moment. Okay, the modern internet is broken. Modern tech ecosystem is broken. Think of the apps you use every single day. Facebook, Instagram, even Google search. Broken beyond belief. You might have seen Shrimp Jesus, the latest feature of Facebook. Mark Zuckerberg on a recent earnings call said he's going to have an entire separate feed just for AI slop. Do you want to see weird disfigured children and more Shrimp Jesuses? Well, you're going to, because that's what Mark Zuckerberg wants. And why is all of this happening? It's something I call the rot economy, the growth at all cost ecosystem that has dominated tech. Technology and the biggest players in technology no longer are controlled by engineers. They're controlled by management consultants, some of the most evil people alive. And if you have an MBA, I'm sorry, talk to a priest. Now, why are tech products now shit? It's more about why tech is dying, and it's an incentive problem. The incentives have changed. Tech companies have become the easiest way to express growth to a market obsessed with year-over-year revenue growth. And this progression was natural. It was horrible. You can blame Mark Andreessen. He's a horrible man. But you can blame many horrible men. There are so many guys to be mad at the moment. And it comes down to a lot of factors. And it's the perverse incentive that public companies have to show that year-over-year growth. Now, let's start with Google and some real shitheads. Now, in February 2019, a guy called Ben Gomes ran Google Search. A nice guy, a good guy, a nice fella. Except from on high, the Dark Lords, led by Prabhakar Raghavan, the head of ads at Google, and the revenue team, demanded the queries increased. Now, you may think, more queries on Google, that doesn't sound good. Wouldn't that just mean that it's harder to find stuff? And you'd be completely bloody right. It's a sickening story, and if you look at the emails that were revealed as part of the antitrust trial with the Department of Justice, you will feel sick to your stomach or want to drink. I personally choose weed, but that's up to you. Now, there was a code yellow call. It said, we must increase queries. We must make this better. Ben Gomes, he said, feels like this company's it's just only focused on growth. It feels like we're being owned by the growth, and he was completely bloody right. He was one of the original people at Google, one of the true believers in what Google search could do for the world. Yet Jerry Dishler, VP at the time under Prabhakar, he said, well, we've got to make something change. Now, the code yellow was called. It took about a month to pass. They got through it. It wasn't really obvious how they got through it, but Mr. Gomes, well, he sent an email to Prabhakar and said, hey, I don't like this idea. I don't like this growth stuff. I think we shouldn't really try and increase queries. Wouldn't that make the experience worse? And he sent this email among many other emails. And he was saying that Google had allowed the money to get too close to Google search. Well, guess what? Do you think that Google search got better? No! This shithead took over Google search in June 2020. Prabhakar Raghavan. Now, you might also have heard Prabhakar's name recently around Gemini, when Gemini was spitting out like Chinese George Washingtons, and conservatives who have nothing better to do and don't want to speak to their wives or speak to their children decided to get very angry about a woke AI. Nevertheless, Prabhakar takes over in June 2020. SEO experts claim that multiple different rollbacks happened that brought spammy results into your Google searches. Your searches became worse, it became harder to find the things you wanted, and this is the goddamn guy. Now, Sundar Pichai is also guilty. He is a McKinsey man, an MBA, truly evil people. And I know, oh, you shouldn't be calling people evil so much. Fuck that. Call them evil. They're burning the Library of Alexandria in front of us. Google is now dominated by SEO content. Instead of indexing a web of honestly created content, Google is dominated by SEO. It's dominated by spam. Its results are impossible to tell from sponsored content, and they're mixing them in now. Now, it's really important to realize why this happened. And it's because, well, these companies make a shit ton of money. Now, let's move over to my favorite, by which I mean probably the most evil company. And Lockheed Martin's pretty bad. Monsanto's pretty bad. Meta's worse. Why is Meta worse? Meta has billions of people that rely on them to connect with their friends and their family. Now, look at this right now. 3 billion users on Facebook. Billion plus on Instagram. Forgive me for not having the material in front of me. But I want you to think of the last time you used Facebook. Did you have a good time? Was it fun? Did you get to the pictures of your friends, your family, the music, the things you actually go on Facebook for? Or was there a carousel of random 2 or 3 second loops, then an ad, then a post from a week ago, then another ad, then a post from a month ago, then, okay, there's another ad, and if you click on the ad, it takes up the whole screen, and then maybe you might get to a thing you actually wanted to do on Facebook. Well, there is a reason, and that's because Facebook prioritizes one thing: engagement. Now, you may have realized that Facebook has also done things like, I don't know, cause genocides in Myanmar and also political division. That's also bad. And that's because of a guy called, well, Mark Zuckerberg, but then now CTO Andrew Bosworth, who once wrote in an internal email that all things are justified for growth, including a terror attack, including bullying in schools. These are the people. These are the people responsible for the products getting worse, and they're getting richer every goddamn day. Now, Facebook was falling apart a few years ago. Facebook had a problem. Facebook was losing young users, and they were like, well, is it because the product sucks and they hate it and it's bad and people don't like it? And maybe, like, we should make the product? No. Why would we do that? We need to make number go up. We need to show that we can grow double-digit % year over year without fail. Mark Zuckerberg is a petty king who cannot be fired due to the corporate structure of Facebook. And I am not kidding. Go and look it up. Who you want to blame for that, by the way? Sean Parker of Napster. He's the guy that convinced Peter Thiel and the earlier investors, yeah, Mark needs my board seats when he stepped down. There's so many people responsible. And I realize I'm being a bit jokey and, haha, yeah, I'm swearing and all that. But this is a really grim place we're in. We are at this point where people still act like tech is separate from society. When all of you have smartphones, some of you might even have 2. When children are getting smartphones at 8. Not my kid, fuck that. Nevertheless, not going to judge your parenting decisions. But the point I'm making is, tech is intrinsically part of our lives now, like water and electricity. And as long as we ignore this problem and ignore these incentives and ignore the fact that our tech lives are an ecological disaster, things will only get worse. But now let's look at this lovely chart we got in front of me. Now, this is the percentage. Jesus Christ. 67% of the content you see on Facebook is nothing to do with your choice as a consumer or a human being. No. It's what Mark goddamn Zuckerberg wants you to see, and that other pervert Adam Mosseri, who used to run the news feed and now runs Instagram, and now he's running Threads, which, by the way, is one of the single worst social networks of all time. We did not need a Twitter made up of Instagram comments. And they haven't even monetized that. Trust me, when they do, it is going to be the single worst network. It's going to compete with X, I think, with just less groypers and more annoying, way too beautiful people. Anyway, my ugliness aside, this is why this is happening. As long as you stay on Facebook, you're effectively being shoveled shit. Very profitable shit, but shit all the same. Ryan Barwick from Marketing Brew, he wrote a few weeks ago that there is a massive broken problem at the middle of Facebook. Their ad product right now is not functioning properly. Facebook Meta, 99% of their revenue comes from advertising. In the core product, people put in $1,000, they spend it in a week. Guess what? It's gone in a day. Who are you going to go to? The other Facebook advertiser? The monopoly is brutal, the monopoly is strong, and the monopoly makes billions and billions and billions of dollars for the worst people alive. It's a dying product, and it's kind of a dying company. Over the past 3 years, it's lost 50 million monthly active users in the US. Facebook's unique visitors are down 25.2%. You may not think these companies can die. They can. And the product is bad. If there's anyone in the audience who actually likes Facebook and thinks it's a good product, I have no idea what to tell you. You need to go to therapy. You need to go and build up your self-esteem. You deserve better than this shit. And yet Facebook, despite dying, is still so profitable. Despite the fact that Instagram sucks like working in a vacuum factory. It is just so depressing, but this is it. There's this expectation that tech companies must grow forever. They must grow constantly, unerringly. But the only thing that grows forever is cancer. And I'm so angry because I grew up on the internet. The internet made me who I am today, which, I don't know, you can judge that later. But many of us found our friends, our loved ones, our animals, our apartments, our businesses. We found business partners. We found this place. And the people in charge are fucking it. And I'm being very dramatic, but look at the scale of the dollars and look at the shittiness of the products. It's disgusting. Now let's talk about another guy, another one of my favorite fellas, Mark Flippin Andreessen, who in a piece 2 years ago said he was reading multiple biographies of Hitler, and Google it seriously. That's the guy. It's really great that these are the guys in power. Nevertheless, famous essay he did, Software is Eating the World. Now, he framed this as some sort of heroic thing where tech must be given. Look at the quote. It's just this bloviating nonsense. And everyone at the time, because it was 2011 and nobody had any critique for tech, they were like, "Ooh, Mark, we love it. We're going to build our lives around this." What he was actually suggesting is that tech should be disconnected from regular valuations, by which he means being disconnected from value. It's kind of like if Ford just every third car had, well, no steering wheel, or the steering wheel just didn't turn sometimes, but it's fine, right? It's okay, it's just a website. But over the next decade, thanks to Software is Eating the World, SaaS companies in particular, but honestly most tech companies, got to a point where the only thing that mattered to them was showing that growth. There are influencers within the SaaS industry who have done so well teaching you how to grow your organization, how to harass your customers, and an entire part of organizations, customer engagement, customer success. A good idea, yes, you should keep your customers going, you should make them happy, but the problem is it's become about, how do I get a little bit more out of my customers? Mugging your customers every so often. And it's just depressing. It's very depressing. Now, who here's used to blow? It to blows. That's the thing with SaaS. SaaS as a business model has become as evil as the rest of it. It's about those year-long contracts. It's about the upsells. It's about making sure that the SaaS parasite gets into your organizational ecosystem and sticks around and makes itself tough to remove. The reason I put these up here is I want you to see if you are feeling angry or annoyed at your software, you are not alone. You are not the problem. If you use a website, a web service that you pay for, and you say, wow, this fucking sucks, this is really annoying, those little annoyances that you've likely gaslit yourself into believing are your fault, they're not your fault. They're Mark Benioff's. Mark Benioff, Salesforce, I believe, owns Tableau now. Salesforce itself. I once asked 11 people who were Salesforce customers what Salesforce does, and most of them could not answer. Salesforce is like 900 companies standing on top of each other's shoulders so that Mark Benioff can wank off and talk about Ohana. Buy another fucking island, Mark. No, sorry, that's Larry Ellison. My bad, Marky. But here's the thing. The growth at all costs rot economy is in everything in tech. It's not about the customer anymore, other than how they can trap them, how they can drain as much money out of every experience. But we're running into a problem. There aren't any growth markets left. Hypergrowth, really. And we're at this point where everyone's talking about generative AI. I know some of you aren't going to like this bit, but whatever. They're not paying me and they're not paying you, so whatever. Generative AI has no killer app. Generative AI burns way more money than it makes. And tech companies right now are flocking to it. They're throwing billions and billions, $200 billion in capital expenditures from the big tech firms for products that go from, pretty cool to, what? Any of you seen the Meta AI? The one that went in a parenting group and said that it had a gifted child? There's another one, 404 Media, look it up, where it was going inside a mushroom group and telling people to eat a mushroom that would kill them. I'm so glad we have AI and everything now. It's truly the future. But that's the thing. The desperation behind generative AI and the disconnection from a useful product and the media buzz is, well, desperation. This is the future. Who can count the amount of R's in the word strawberry? You are better than O1, the reasoning model from OpenAI, a company worth $157 billion goddamn dollars. Jesus Christ, I feel like I'm going insane. You look at this stuff, and you actually really look at look, generative AI has some uses. There's some cool AI journals. The AI companion stuff is pretty cool. But it's outsized by the fact that it does not have any real return and really isn't magical. There is no killer app. And this wouldn't be a problem if it wasn't run on stealing trading data, if it wasn't for the fact that OpenAI, well, I'll get to that in a bit, burns billions of dollars for no reason. And I mean, let's be honest, who really likes Sam Altman? Come on. He's so weird. He's a creepy little man. Got a cell the other day. I texted him. He didn't get back to me for some reason. Anywho, where's my slide? There we go. But here's the problem. We are accelerating at speed into a wall in a big, stupid car that costs too much money. And the reason we're doing that is because none of these companies anymore really know how to grow. Now, I'm sure some of you saw the Google AI summaries with eating rocks and also poisonous mushrooms. They love trying to kill people. All of this is tech only does this when it's very anxious. There is no hypergrowth market yet. So they're shoving the AI into everything. Hey, you've got a fucking Copilot in there, mate. Microsoft apparently, I've heard rumors, I don't know if they're confirmed yet, with all renewals of major enterprise contracts in Microsoft 365, they are raising the price 50%, but don't worry, you can use Copilot with it. Now you can have somewhat useful summaries and pay 50% more, which is good for Satya Nadella, I think. And this is the thing. This can only go so far. These companies can't really rely on generative AI because it hallucinates. But in the desperation to try and reignite growth in a dying ecosystem, the tech industry is going to shove this shit into everything. And they're doing it right now. Now, it's not in this presentation because the news came out about a week or two after, but there was a story in Bloomberg the other day that said that these companies, their models are not actually improving anymore. They're kind of hitting the wall. Surprise, bloody surprise. Transformer-based models are not going to be the future. They're not actually AI. They're not intelligent, and they're definitely not going to lead to AGI. But, and I live in Las Vegas. I've seen this a lot. People love staying at the table when they've lost a lot of money. I'll win it back. Every time they say they'll win it back, they're not going to win it back. I know gamblers. They're gambling. And so much money is going into so little. And it's pure desperation. The cost here is so significant to the environment alone. Now, you might have seen the story around Google, 30% over their emissions goals, Microsoft, 40% over. Recent reports said many of them might be 600% over their emissions goals. Jesus Christ! All that we can have a thing that will generate a busty Garfield. What the But the biggest thing is, these aren't even good companies. OpenAI, Anthropic, they're terrible companies. OpenAI will lose more than $5 billion this year. $5 billion, and that's before stock-based compensation, so it's probably more like 7. They're going to lose 10 billion or more next year. At some point, this has to fall apart, especially if the models aren't getting better. Now, some of you might say, well, ChatGPT is the biggest product in the world. Oh, 350 million users. Who cares? They lose money every single time you ask them anything. 100 Scooby-Doos with guns, each time boiling a lake. It's sickening. And what's worse is none of this shit's that cool. Really, come on. And that's the thing. They're desperate. They must see more growth, and AI is how they'll do it. And it's actually a symptom of another problem, which is so many companies are run by people who don't do a real job. CEOs that have no idea how their products work, VPs that don't really care, and they're in a sweet track where they just go from meeting to meeting. Indeed, if all you do is go from meeting to meeting and read the occasional email, generative AI seems fucking magical. Wow, I don't have to read the 6 emails I read every day. Great. Oh, cool, I can fire my assistant, except I can't because now they booked me on a flight to fucking Gibraltar for some reason. I needed to go to the shops. But that's the thing. Jokes aside, it's worrying, and it's kind of horrible. The startup ecosystem is being pilloried by this because the only people getting money are saying AI. A new legion of scam artists are rising. The people who couldn't quite ride the crypto wave are something like, oh, if I stick some GPT in it, any idiot will give me $4 million, and they're completely fucking right. Even, and I've heard from people inside of Microsoft, the only way to get any product greenlit is to tape AI to the side. It's disgusting. But I really have to warn you, and I'm not trying to be a downer. I'm really not. I don't have any tech stocks. I don't have any investment in this other than my own heart. This stuff can't last. Generative AI is not sustainable, and the entire tech ecosystem is doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down in it. And this is the symptom of the growth at all costs rot economy. When you are no longer dedicated to providing users with an experience, when your priority is not serving a purpose other than increasing revenue growth, you have a brain drain, you lose the good people. People like Ben Gomes, a true scientist, a true engineer, get run out of town by Prabhakar Raghavan, a class traitor from the engineer sect, former engineer. And can I just tell you what Prabhakar Raghavan's previous job was before Google? Yeah, he ran Yahoo Search. Yahoo, you know, the famous successful search engine we all use today, the one powered by Bing. It's frustrating, because I do truly love technology, and I assume all of you do too. And it can be better, but there's going to be a period of change. I worry for this. I hope I am wrong, because if I'm right, eventually, big tech is not going to have a new product. They're not going to have anything new to flog. They'll all have to do exactly what Mark Benioff does, which is build nothing and buy everything. They just bought like a digital storage company. What the But that's because he needs to be able to say, new product, assholes. We're going to look, street people. And Jim Cramer busts wildly every time he speaks to Mark Benioff. But that's the thing. If what I think is true happens, there is going to be a massive reckoning in the tech industry. And tech really needs to cure its growth addiction. It needs to. Because the products you love or used to love suck now. Because all those companies care about is growing revenue. I am not a cynic. Okay, I'm a cynic, but I'm not a pessimist at least. I just want things to be better, and I want you to be better. If you are building products today, and your only plan is to grow as much and sell to another company, throw your computer in the trash. Get out of tech. Become a management consultant or a fucking hedge fund manager. They're all like you there. We must purge this industry of growth capitalism. And don't worry, if we don't, it'll just fuck everything. Eventually, the street will turn on big tech valuations. And when they do, it will be horrible for everyone. And you're kind of already seeing it within startups. The majority of startup investment goes to mid and late stage investments and not seed. And it's sickening. But it can be better. I believe it can be better. Build better companies. Build companies that matter to customers, that solve real problems, that actually make customers better, stronger, smarter. It's a Daft Punk song, not a Kanye West one. Anyway, I love tech. I really do. I want it to be better, and I want all of you to be better. So please push back against the growth at all costs ecosystem. Drop the products built to fuck with you. Maybe delete your Facebook accounts. I know it's difficult. Or just use them less. Every minute you spend on them gives Mark Zuckerberg a little bit more money he doesn't need to buy more pieces of Hawaii. What is it with those people in Hawaii? Anyway, thank you all for listening.
Hello, I'm Yana, SEO of Witchers. Our solution transforms any digital platform into a vibrant social hub for their users, boosting engagement and revenue through integration of social features like chats, streams, AI moderation, engagement, and copy widgets.
Ever struggle to see the full picture of your website project? With Octopus, you can prototype structure and plan content. Projects then can be exported to Figma, Webflow, or even published as a website, all in one powerful platform.
Video One is leader in the Italian automotive industry as creator of connection hubs for automotive players. Our method involves organization of B2B events, offering our products to car dealers. We have begun a similar path in the real estate industry.
Onboarding a new tool? Check Hogo first. This AI-powered platform automates privacy and security due diligence, allowing you to assess, manage, and monitor vendors automatically. Hogo protects your company from compliance issues and threats, taking the hassle off your plate.
Afternoon, everybody. Hi, my name is Brendan Yell. I run startups at FusionAuth. Did everyone enjoy Ed's talk? Pretty controversial, right? I think maybe they put him on like day 3 in the afternoon because they thought no one would be here, but the place was full. So interesting, very thought-provoking session. Who went to Night Summit last night? I can't really see you very well. Any Night Summit people? Yes, well done. Oh, you're well-behaved people. That's why you're here. Oh, hey, how you doing? Good to see you. So I didn't do Night Summit last night, but I think I'm going to do it tonight. I don't have anything to do tomorrow, so I think I can do it. But yeah, I've heard all sorts of stories from previous years. There was a startup from Spain a couple of years ago, and they ended up at the LX factory, and they all got home at 5 a.m., and I was like, I don't know how you can do that. But Night Summit is good fun. You certainly won't meet probably your investor there, but you'll meet some amazing people. And I think I'm going to head to, is it called Barro Alto tonight? And I don't speak Portuguese or Spanish. I speak only Australian. I've only got one language. So when I saw Barro Alto, I figured it out. I was like, Barro. Barro is hills. No, Barro, bars. And Alto, hills. So bars on the hill. And then everyone went, that's not what it means. I went, oh, I'm so sorry. Anyway, coming up for our very next session, our session is called Agent of Change. Are AI agents replacing SaaS? In this session, we're going to hear about two unique approaches to incorporating agents into SaaS platforms. Now, in conversation with Marcelo Grippa, co-founder and journalist at Futuris Possessivus, we have Nazrin Mustafazadeh, founder and CEO of Vanique, and Timur Gurechi, Chief Revenue Officer at AutoFox. Please give them a big Web Summit welcome.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, welcome. So before we start, Nazrin, can you please quickly explain what Vanique does?
Absolutely. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me, Marcelo. So we are a deep technology AI company. We are in the business of serving enterprises through our unified AI platform that makes it so easy to spin off these AI agents that are customizable and in an orchestrated and consistent way across all the business functions. So if you think about it, in essence, we are breaking the silos inside enterprises that legacy software providers have historically created, because what we do is to ingest all the structured and unstructured data of an enterprise and deeply integrate with existing APIs and other third-party software providers and make it so that enterprises can actually own their AI strategy in a consistent and consolidated way.
Great. How about OtherFox, Timur?
OtherFox is building AI-based products for the industry, specialized in creating databases for certain verticals from production and manufacturing. And we focus to give people deep market insights to actually build data-driven decisions, and we leverage AI agents to do so in order to jump over the SaaS companies. Yeah.
So Nasrin, you are an AI research scientist and you've been studying the subject for over 20 years, right? So how do exactly these AI agents work and what they bring to the table in order to enhance customer experience and mainly compared to chatbots?
Absolutely. Well, I think, as we all know, the year of 2024 got defined as the year of AI agents. Like, how many people here have not heard the name AI agent on their day-to-day? Like, no one, right? So that's yet another marketing term that has been around and being slapped, honestly, on top of anything and everything in AI space these days. But let's go back in history. As you mentioned, I've been working on what we used to call as academics dialogue agents for almost 20 years, and the history, goes back even further than that. And what is so interesting is that what AI agents are supposed to be academically and scientifically are these agents that actually completely get grounded on top of an environment, perceive it, and off of that perception, start taking actions inside the environment so that they can achieve goals. So these are very goal-directed agents whose sole purpose is to help the end users, such as ourselves, in whatever capacity that we are working on. So that goal-directed nature is the essence of what we do at Vernic, and historically has been my field of research as well, as opposed to kind of chit-chat chatbots that historically have been around. So if your AI does not take actions inside environments with perceiving it, it's not really an agent. But regardless, the opportunity that we see across the board for AI agents is all the way from back office to the front office and consumer facing. So at Vernic, for example, we have AI agents on the back office that are helping an employee of a consumer retailer, for example, that has up to hundreds of thousands of employees, to submit actions and take actions such as how many PTO days do I have remaining this quarter? Or now that I know I have remaining, submit a request to my manager to take 3 days off next week. And all the way to the front office, a store employee can literally say that submit an AI ticket, there's broken glass everywhere in the men's aisle, or a consumer on a .com, like an e-com shopping app, literally can say, add the most, highest rated pink blazer with floral design on it to my shopping cart. So these are the crazy things that are real automation that we can get out of this phenomena that I call intelligent applications at the day and age of AI agents.
Yeah, very interesting. So Timur, how are AI agents transforming SaaS industry, and what gaps they precisely feel that SaaS companies don't?
So I don't believe that we are now in a space where AI agents can totally replace SaaS companies. As a commercial leader, I'm working with the most miserable SaaS companies and the software, like you name it, HubSpot it is, Salesforce it is, the big ones, right? And it's an absolute pain to work with them because you need to be very precise in every step, and it's not effective, right? And if you think about AI agents, that we think about the convenience of B2C, bringing them especially to MySpace, to B2B, and to be honest, they will replace SaaS businesses, traditional business, not only because they're more effective, but also because everyone
everyone would like to get out of the yearly subscription funnel, of the 2-year subscription funnel, and move over to pay-as-you-go, pay-as-you-use on a credit-based system. No matter if you are in an ERP system solution, a CRM, leveraging data, creating databases, whatever it is, like they will surely replace them. And I hope really it goes fast, like it moves fast now. But to be honest, there will be a time where both interact with each other, but we will see AI agents being able to build up upon databases, right, and work directly on the databases. So what is the reason to have a SaaS subscription software like a CRM system on top of that again, right? Why should the AI agent work on the CRM system? Why not directly into the data lake? Yeah.
Not surprisingly at all, SaaS players have added some AI generative capabilities recently. Will that be enough to address the gaps you just mentioned before and make these companies more competitive from now on? What do you think, Nasrin?
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
The question is about the existing software players that add their own AI layer, basically, on top of their software, which is a phenomenon that I call AI plating. So just like gold versus gold plating, when you add a thin layer of AI on top of an existing legacy software, all it does is to kind of put lipstick on a pig, if you will, and when you drill 1 millimeter in, it just falls apart. And why is that? It's because AI is truly a new stack. So as Timur was, very beautifully putting it, when you want to build an AI native experience, you let go of so much legacy tech stack that is no longer necessary. All those forms and the scroll, tap menus, the dumb search bars, a lot of that is no longer necessary, and hence AI plating ends up being expensive silos, as I would like to call it. Like Workday AI will have nothing to do with Salesforce AI, with nothing to do with whatever other software subscription that you have as an AI. So that unification that an AI platform such as ours at Vernic has as an AI native company is what businesses truly need, and none of the existing incumbents are in a position in the market to want to play that role, but a brand new entity such as a startup.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on that, Timur.
Yeah,
can you see this AI plating concept?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, everyone is slapping AI on everything, right? So whatever software you have, there's some AI tool that is not deeply penetrating the effectiveness. It will just give you a highlighted. It gives you a prompt on top of something, and what it does is copy-pasting it to the right property. It's filling the property. It's not even saving it for you. It's just filling the property. Exactly. You still need to save it yourself. And there's, of course, there's small efficiency gains, right? Small efficiency gains. But leveraging the true power of AI agents, I think the software companies, they don't really have an interest in. Yeah? They wrap you into this subscription, into this 1-year model. They want to sell seats. That's the business model. Why would they interact with a true AI agent? So there's not really a reason for that.
Well, Nasrin, in a previous conversation that we had, you told me that there are companies about to cancel their long SaaS subscriptions due to the leverage provided by these AI agents. What is that specifically? What kind of gains are they looking for on that?
Yeah, that was honestly a surprise to me personally. Of course, we knew that we are on a path to replace a lot of legacy software, but I never would have anticipated it happening so quickly. So just to give some context here to the audience, this is a move that Klarna made a couple months ago that got very much publicized. So what Klarna ended up talking about, which may or may not have been a slight PR move, was that they announced that they are actually killing their subscription to both Salesforce as well as Workday. And what that is, big companies, exactly. And what that is, we are seeing in our Fortune 500 customers as well, that because through a unification of power of AI, they can actually consolidate and simplify a lot of business processes. They do see that they are on a path to truly replace these legacy software vendors. And if you think about it critically, this past June we had a week that the stock price of Salesforce, ServiceNow, Workday, UiPath, all these other software companies was significantly lower, like between 12 to 35% lower, because they all missed their revenue projections. And why is that? It's a twofold problem. One, the software market is incredibly saturated with a lot of inefficient seats that have been sold just for the sake of it. And we were in this environment where, of course, there was a lot of money to be thrown at problems. But the truth is, the statistics show that almost 30+% of software that has been purchased is not being used. And hence, when you zoom out, it's cheaper, faster, and more accurate to have a unified AI strategy as opposed to these silos that don't talk to one another. And we are seeing it actively with our own Fortune 500 customers.
Would you like to add something?
Yeah, I double down on that. Absolutely true. I mean, if you consider your own software subscriptions that you have in the company, most of them are used periodically, right? Mm-hmm. There is a time where you think you need it, then there's a time you actually use it, yeah? And then there's a time where some people use it, and there's a time for the renewal where the onboarding or the customer success manager of that company re-engages and asks you why you're not using all of the features. So I really think the time has come that changes are about to happen. And like I said, I think I would favor the pay-as-you-go module. Whenever you use an agent, you pay for it. If you don't use it, you won't pay for it. Yeah? And I think it's much more logical for the future.
Based on that discussion, is it correct to say that AI agents are replacing SaaS companies, or is it too early to bet on that?
I mean, I think that it's so much more nuanced than that. Like what we are seeing, I project in the next 5 to 10 years, definitely the new stack that AI native companies are going to establish is going to be drastically different. As Timur said, we can have AI that sits directly on top of data, and you don't need a lot of that middle stack. Like it has never been the case that your data layer and your application layer are so intertwined. And I think that's a change. Like I don't think necessarily AI native software, it's at the end of the day software that we are building. It's not replacing SaaS, it's just giving rise to a brand new way of SaaS operation and on both business and technology side.
Yeah, I'd say probably most of the ERP, CRM solutions, wherever data is pulled out of somewhere and data put into somewhere, I hope it's going to replace a lot of the traditional SaaS companies. Will it replace all of them? Probably not. I agree with Nasrin. But I hope, and it's already replacing some of the niche tools, right? If you have text-to-speech, if you have converting a PDF into something, converting simple things, niche tools, they're already being replaced by ChatGPT, by Gemini, by Claude and everything, right? So it's already happening. It's a matter of time how fast this will go, but will everything be replaced? No. It will be mindful, yeah, the things where we need to have efficiency gains, where we need to reduce costs, where people are just sick and tired of going into the next renewal for the next 2 years, renegotiating, hearing the bullshit stories, why it's getting 5% more expensive per seat if you buy more seats and it's not getting expensive. It's ridiculous, right? And there I see a huge potential to be for SaaS companies to be replaced.
Yeah, I will add one thing that might make this a more even interesting conversation. I actually believe that the business model of AI is yet to be determined. And the truth is, we've iterated a lot even in our own company around how to do the subscriptions. At the end of the day, we are selling software. And what we've seen, especially applicable to the world of commerce, is that they were disincentivized to want to go about the kind of users pay as you go. And the reason is that way you are not quite incentivized to want to advertise for it and make it so that it's also a very approachable and very predictable cost. So we have actually talking about how this is the future of SaaS. I don't think we are changing what SaaS stands for. It's just after we went from mainframes to client-server models to mobile and, of course, cloud. And these are all, new frontiers, and AI is just the next tier to come. So I believe that even partially we actually sell seats on the back end for the employee-facing use cases because it just makes sense. So there are good things that we've learned historically from the business that is still applicable.
Still talking about the future, as AI continues to grow and mature, the barriers to entry for the SaaS industry will decrease, right? So what is the real opportunity here for AI natives? We're talking about hyperscaling.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good question. I think as we were discussing, this new stack of technology that we are seeing get established is really changing what historically was called the source of truth and system of record for businesses, because we can actually sit on top of unstructured data. Like all the forms, like what is ServiceNow other than a bunch of forms that get filled in a structured way? We have consumer retailers that are spending tens of millions of dollars on manually annotating their product catalog just so that it's searchable, like annotating that this is a blazer, these are a pair of pants, this is a color and whatnot. All of this can be done in our AI platform through just one image that you upload into the system. So imagine what that does to the of course, future of this, and why the barrier to entry is so much lower, especially because as AI native, brand new entities and companies, we don't have legacy in front of us that will prevent you from innovating, and throwing everything out of the window and starting from scratch is not something these big conglomerates can do. So that's why it's so much easier to think about this new entry point into the ecosystem via a brand new AI native company.
Tell us the opportunities on your radar, Timur.
Yeah, double down on that. So that's actually the reason why we built an AI agent on top of the specialized databases that we are generating. Because what initially happened is we built this database, then we have to put it into structure, then we have to export it into somewhere, which is an ERP or a CRM system. Then someone needs to operate that CRM system, take it out, put it into Tableau or Looker or whatever it is in the end. Then in the end, what they do is they export it into a CSV, build an Excel sheet or a spreadsheet with it, and then get the data out that they wanted to do. So we thought we might want to skip all of that process because we can directly operate on the database, as you have explained so nicely. So the AI agent that we have built is directly operating up on the data lake. It gives you direct insights, and it's so much more easy to use that we believe most of the platforms will move into that direction, hopefully.
And what would be the main obstacles or challenges that you see for this future scenario of opportunities?
The challenges are plenty, right? So the truth is that at the end of the day, the tech industry has become really, really big. It has never been the case that we would have companies, like trillion-dollar companies that have such true monopolies at the end of the day. And of course, they have all the incentive in the world to try to, throw spaghetti at the wall and try to do AI plating and so on and so forth. So I think the main challenge is that it may not be soon enough that truly better technologies would become the standard in the businesses. And look, like our Fortune 500 partners keep reminding me that you won't walk into a retailer that is not using mainframes today at this day and age. So the truth is legacy is there, change is hard, and I think the biggest challenge we have, all of us in front of us, is one, the noise in the AI market because of being this hot, sexy new thing, and two, the incumbents that have a lot of money that historically has never existed, and they are incentivized to want to accumulate and accrue more value for as long as they can stay in the game.
Yeah.
Timur?
I think the spending behavior needs to change. The one thing that we see is, even though people like what AI can do and what can it bring to their companies, whenever we interact with the negotiation, contract negotiation, it's truly interesting to see that they're more likely to spend money on human resources, on traditional software services, than on AI-based products that helps them to be more efficient. So even though there is a budget, it needs to be spent. People need to start working on that, need to start paying attention to what it can really do. And I think now is a good time because at least my impression is that we are slowly approaching a tableau, a plateau of the development of generative AI. And now we need to productivize the AI agents, the capabilities that we have. We have to build products, we have to build agents that speak to each other. We have to find a way that the agent actually does something, not gives you an insight, but does something in the end. And that probably, that's what we think, is that the AI agents speak to each other, and you operate one of the agents. And I think that needs to change. Like, people actually need to start using these things effectively and give companies a chance to get in that space. But I agree, software companies like Salesforce, HubSpot, whoever is out there, even SAP, right? They're so powerful, so it will be very, very tough. If not big players like Klarna, for example, did it, get rid of that traditional software and try something new.
In the next 5 or 10 years, what will differentiate AI natives companies and SaaS incumbents in your point of view?
I think that given the change, the drastic change that we were talking about, the ripple effects are going to be in multiple tiers. So one is, I believe AI native companies can be much more profitable, much more quickly, and hence sustain. And the reason is, like at Vernic,
Right.
even ourselves, we use AI everywhere. It's a productivity tool, right?
Yep.
So because we know how to build it, we keep using it. And a major operation cost, of course, for companies, tech companies included, has been headcount. So I think AI native companies are going to be much more profitable. They are going to be much more able to be multi-product, which historically has been a big no-no. Like even at Vernic, we have a whole bunch of use cases as end-to-end solutions that we deploy, and the only reason we can do it is that they are Jira at the bottom, the same exact AI brain, and the same exact, ultimately, even UI, so it makes it so easy to
profitable,
deploy.
able?
And yes.
What do you think, Timo?
I think we're going to see a little bit of what happened with the blue-collar automation. Yeah, people using AI will replace people that don't use AI, that don't leverage AI, and then that will expand to going deep down and replacing existing grids and ecosystems and putting a true AI agent on top of that, and not only a front-end surrogate of that. So I hope in the next 5 to 10 years we're going to see that, more and more companies moving into that direction. Will it replace all of the software? Probably not, because some of them is really meaningful, but it will be enhanced by AI. So AI will bring us more effectiveness. That's what I think.
Last question for you both. Does AI have to be the enemy of SaaS?
Does AI what?
Have to be the enemy of SaaS?
No, I don't think so. I think they need to go hand in hand now. Yeah. If the SaaS companies, the traditional SaaS companies, start moving into the direction and integrating true AI agents, true AI power into that, and not stepping in on the grid, I don't think they need to be enemies.
Nothing.
Amazing. Well, I think no. Let's end this on a positive note. As I mentioned, I think this is a new era of what I like to call intelligent applications. We had applications and they happen to be now intelligent. And intelligent applications are a new era of SaaS. There's no enemy, there's no friend or foe-ship here. It's all about what the new technology has enabled us as a society to move forward in. And if I had to make one projection for 2025, it will be that we will start talking about human-machine collaboration. I believe that AI should be redefined as augmented intelligence and not artificial intelligence. What that means is that we are focusing away from the scary, sentient beings that are going to supposedly replace us and kill us, maybe, by some people's opinion. And we will focus on the fact that AI is all about making us more productive and augmented in a day-to-day life, which will be a beautiful world to live in, and will be all about, again, human-machine collaboration, and that's what gets me out of bed every day.
Very good point. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much, Nasrin. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
Timo.
Marcelo.
Thank you all.
Thanks, everyone.
Our solution transforms any digital platform into a vibrant social hub for their users, boosting engagement and revenue through integration of social features like chats, streams, AI moderation, engagement, and copy widgets.
Ever struggle to see the full picture of your website project? With Octopus, you can prototype structure and plan content. Projects then can be exported to Figma, Webflow, or even published as a website, all in one powerful platform.
Video One is leader in the Italian automotive industry as creator of connection hubs for automotive players. Our method involves the organization of B2B events, offering our products to car dealers. We have begun a similar path in the real estate industry.
Onboarding a new tool? Check Hogo First. This AI-powered platform automates privacy and security due diligence, allowing you to assess, manage, and monitor vendors automatically. Hogo protects your company from compliance issues and threats, taking the hassle off your plate.
AI, a transformative force, shaping our world, revolutionizing our lives, solving challenges, or creating problems, answering questions, raising concern, a catalyst for change. The power of AI.
Are responsible for 71% of the world's industrial emissions.
Solutions need to be scaled and implemented now.
We need to move people from apathy to action.
Unthinkable.
Now we have the winning formula.
Founders just want to see more cash.
The last 2 years has definitely been a very aggressive come down.
Not all startups will succeed.
This idea that we should be living in an either or.
How do you break through the noise in the fight for funding?
Afternoon, everybody. I think we've got 4 sessions to go on this stage today, including the very last session, which is Jeff Shiner from 1Password. So I'll definitely be hanging around to have a look at that one. I suppose I kind of have to hang around, don't I? But no, there's some really good sessions this afternoon. Who likes free stuff? Everyone like free stuff? We call it swag in America, or sort of, I suppose I call it that because I work for an American company. But yeah, I love swag, and I love events like this. You can get shirts and bags and pencils and all sorts of different stuff. I took some startups to TechCrunch Disrupt in San Francisco a few years ago, and I rented a house, and all the startups stay with me, and they are all exhibiting in Startup Alley on day 2. So I said, okay, startups, when we go out to TechCrunch Disrupt today, we've got to get as much stuff as we can, right, as many T-shirts as possible. So anyway, we come in back to the house at the end of the day, and I'm like, hey, how many T-shirts did you get? And they went, oh, were you serious? We thought you were joking. And I was like, no, I got 15 T-shirts. I love all this stuff. So, but if anyone likes free stuff, the Fusion Auth stand, which is kind of over there, it's in that second alleyway over there. If you go over there, and if you say that Brendan sent you, they'll give you a free shirt, okay? Promise me. We have bucket loads of shirts over there. So if you want a shirt like this, just go over there, say Brendan sent you, and they'll give you one. So, and yeah, has anyone else got any good swag this week? I got a pencil, I think, from Unicorn, Portugal or something like that. But there's a bag from Blip, our next speaker. Fantastic. We like that. Well, that's a very good segue into our next speaker. So this next session is called The Future Belongs to Intelligent Conversations. Are you ready to talk about conversational AI? See what I did there? See that? You like that? Yeah, that was good, yeah. So now is the time to dive into this groundbreaking technology and how it will reshape businesses of the future. This session will explore how conversational technologies are revolutionizing how we communicate with audiences and drive success in sales, customer care, and marketing. So please give a very big welcome for the CEO of Blip, Roberto Oliveira.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Roberto Oliveira, co-founder and CEO of Blip, an intelligent conversations platform that's helping brands to engage, support, and sales directly to consumers inside messaging apps, especially WhatsApp. It's a great honor for me to be here. I'm seeing a lot of familiar faces here. It's nice to be here at Web Summit, one of the biggest tech event of the world. And seeing so many Brazilians is really a kind of a very proud thing for me. And be here representing Blip is really amazing. So, last November of 2023, Mark Zuckerberg gave an interview to the New York Times where he referred to WhatsApp as the next chapter for Meta. He said that if he was thinking in starting a new social network during those days, basically, he thinks that this social network will be very familiar with WhatsApp, where the conversations are private, they are encrypted end-to-end, and people can really build a long-term relationship where everyone, especially people in Brazil and other, I think in Europe, WhatsApp is really the main communication platform too. And he decided that I will stop to talk so much about Metaverse, and now the next chapter for Meta is WhatsApp. Exactly in the same week that he did this interview, Will Cathcart, the global CEO of WhatsApp, was in Brazil And he gave an interview to Folha de São Paulo, a very important journal in Brazil. And he said that I'm here in Brazil to learn and understand how the world, the entire world, will use WhatsApp in the future. Brazil is the WhatsApp lab for Meta. Brazil is the benchmark for everything that's happening with WhatsApp. Brazil is the country where the people are more engaged, and that is the fastest new use case adoption, and we are really a WhatsApp country. 10 years ago, August of 2014, we had a meeting in Blip where we decided to bet in a vision that the communication between brands and people will evolve to a very like experience that we have to communicate to each other. Basically, we decided to bet that WhatsApp will become the most important channel for communication, not only for people to people, but for brands to people too. In our vision, because of the potential of AI, combined with the engagement that is possible in the messaging apps, the digital experience will come back to the roots of the in-store experience, where the people can have a hyper-personalized conversation, but it will happen in a digital world. The digital transformation that started with the browsers in a web-first experience evolved to mobile apps in the mobile first time. Now, because of the messaging apps and artificial intelligence, will evolve to what we call an AI-first internet, where the main way of interacting will be through a digital conversation. And we bet that the platform for the AI-first internet will be mainly messaging apps in Brazil, in Europe, in the Middle East, especially WhatsApp. So, in the web-first era, all the companies built their websites. In the mobile-first era, all the companies started to build their mobile apps. But now, in the AI-first time, where the digital conversations will happen, how will be the experience of a conversation, a digital conversation, an AI-first experience will happen. So the question that the brands are doing now is, what kind of digital assets I need channel for this kind of use case? Channel for this kind of use case. Also, according to Gartner, they are saying that 40% of the companies already are stopping to look to their customer services, area as a cost center, transform that in a source of a new business, and they are doing that before 2025 too. According to Kanta Business Message uses a report, 75% of the online adults say that they are more likely to shop with business that they can message. People want to interact with business the same way that they interact to each other, through messaging channels. And I'm proud to, how many are Brazilian here? Nice. Yes, I'm proud to say that in Brazil, this future is already a reality. In Brazil, it's already happening. Because of our job, because of the work of our team in Brazil, we already have 300 out of the 500 biggest brands in Brazil using Blip to engage, interact, and sales to those clients inside WhatsApp. Basically, they are managing the entire journey of their clients inside WhatsApp. In addition to these 300 biggest clients, we have more 4,000 brands using Blip to engage, interact, and sell to their customers. Just this year, we already exchanged 36 billion messages with consumers. Only October, we interact with 81 million consumers, only in October. We have clients in 32 countries, and our churn for big enterprise clients is 0. It's really working. Using this kind of technology in messaging channels, the brands can basically manage the entire journey of clients. You can do anything that you do through a phone call, through a mobile app, or through a website, you can do through a digital conversation. One of our clients that is a bank, is a big bank, is doing 60% of the entire sales using Blip inside WhatsApp. 60%. 60% of the total sales of a bank happening inside this new kind of digital assets in a conversational experience. Another big telecom company, they automated the sending of the invoices. They automated 60 million invoices sending that generated to them 60 million reais in cost saving. This use case is one of the most important and most costly use case that they had in their customer support center. And now the people are not calling them more to ask for invoices. They are receiving the invoices inside WhatsApp, and they are really happy with that. We have Nespresso that implemented a sales automated experience that is achieving incredible 58% conversion rate. Today, I'm a very loyal client of them, and I monthly make my capsule shop, through just a message that I send to them inside WhatsApp, and I can receive my capsules at my home. Using the same app that I use to talk with my family, to talk with my friends, to talk with my wife. It's really, really good experience. We have Amistel that engaged with 1.5 million users in a marketing campaign. And we have Stellantis that is incredible. They are on Fiat, they are on Jeep, they are on Peugeot, they are on Dodge, they are on a lot of car brands, and they are doing 50% of their sales using Blip and WhatsApp. It's working for customer support, it's working for marketing, and it's really working for sales too. Anything that you can do through a phone call, through a website, or through a mobile app, you can do in a better way using a digital conversation. It's a reality in Brazil. And this is possible only because of an innovation, a concept that we invented in Brazil that we call intelligent contact. Intelligent contact is our purpose to the clients as the new digital asset. Is the new form of app. Is the digital asset that any brand needs to build to be efficient in the AI-first world. The intelligent contact is your brand inside WhatsApp, inside any conversational channel. The intelligent contact is what your customer search, is what they look for when they want to interact with you, and is the same contact that is used by your company when you want to start a conversation using an active message. So our idea in Blip and the innovation that we did in Brazil was to bring this new concept that we call intelligent content, that is the new form of app that any brand will need to build to participate in the AI-first internet. Sometimes it can be automated, but it always can be supported by human agents too. For the consumer, doesn't change. The experience for them doesn't change. Doesn't matter if they are talking with an automated experience or if they are talking with a human agent, what they are seeing is the intelligent contact that is inside the messaging apps. But now, with the advent of the generative AI, these things are really speeding up. Now, the quality and the speed that we have been able to implement automated experiences in a more fluid, in a more natural way, it's almost unbelievable. The machines are really joining the conversations. And the intelligent contact is the perfect architecture to enable the brands to leverage and use all these new technology that have been enabled by the generative AI. In an AI event organized by Goldman Sachs in San Francisco, Greg Brockman, that is one of the co-founders of OpenAI, he said that change is the only constant. You don't need to be good in what is the current. You have to be good in the process of change and evolution. And we built Blip exactly to help the brands to adopt this approach. Again, the intelligent content is a new form of application. The only way to develop an application is adopting a software mindset, where you launch a new version of your application every 15 days. And you define what is the roadmap of this application, looking to what's happening at the real world. What are the clients, what are the messages that the clients are sending? What the clients are asking for? So using Blip, you create your intelligent contact, that is this bubble that can, so with just one contact, you can be inside any messaging app. You can be inside WhatsApp, you can be inside Google RCS, you can be inside Instagram, You can be inside the Apple Messaging for Business. So all the messages come to just one contact. And behind this contact, you can use Blip Builder to implement deterministic automated flows. You can use Blip Desk to use human agents. And now with Blip Studio, you can leverage all generative AI things using AI agents. And Blip takes care to orchestrate everything, enabling you to focus in the digital experience of your consumer. We believe that in the near future, 100% of the companies will have an intelligent contact. Doesn't matter if it's a telco, doesn't matter if it's a small retailer, doesn't matter if it's a bank, or it's a mom and shop, a small store. All companies in the world will have an intelligent contact, and it will be the main form of interaction with their customers, and it really works for customer support, for marketing, and for sales. It works to help you to manage the entire journey of your client and keep evolving that, keep optimizing that, focusing, understand exactly what's happening, looking to the interactions. In Brazil, we have a saying that is, conversando a gente se entende, em português. Conversando a gente se entende, which means that through the conversation, we understand each other. There is no problem that can survive to a good conversation. And this is a global concept. It's not only a Brazilian thing. Brazilians like a lot to have conversations. We are very friendly, but I'm sure that a good conversation can work in any country of the world. And conversation is the first thing that we learn in our life. It's the most natural skill that any human being have. So when messaging apps met the artificial intelligence, the results are a revolution. A revolution already happened in Brazil, and we are sure that it will happen in the entire world. So if it's through a conversation that we understand each other, it's also through a conversation that we will shape the future. Together, please visit us in our booth. We are in the Pavilion 1. Our booth is the E108. It will be a pleasure to see you all there. So thank you.
Hey everyone, how you doing? I know it's last day, day 3. It's exhausting. Chatted to a lot of people. Hope you made some great connections out there. Did anyone go get a Fusion North t-shirt yet? Just don't forget, you go over there, Fusion North, just say Brendan sent you, you get a free shirt. Okay, our next session is called The Next Generation. Many believe that AI will kill SaaS completely. Up next, we have a female leader at the cutting edge of the industry share her insights on what the industry's future might look like. in conversation with Elena Pugiga, the managing editor of the Data Economy Media. Please welcome and give a big hand to the CEO and founder of Cledara, Cristina Vila.
Well, hello. There we are. This is today the last Web Summit day, isn't it?
I think so, yes.
Yes, okay, cool.
So we'll be quiet.
So yes, we are here. Last talk for me, for you as well, right?
Last one.
Last talk for us at the Web Summit for 2024 with all of you as well. So thank you for joining us to have this interesting, but also important conversation. I say interesting because I always feel like every time there's something new coming up, there's always the end of something else, right? Like SaaS was dominating the markets for a long time. Everybody wanted to bring with software as a service in any possible shape or form, and now the same thing's happening with AI. Add AI, you'll get investment, right? In a really difficult market to get investment. So we're here to pretty much discuss this, right? So what is this next generation about? So maybe, Cristina, we started having a discussion just before, and I would love you to share also here with everybody about your journey as a founder and, when you started Cledara. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about how that came about and became what it is now.
Yes, absolutely. So, most of my career has been in, the financial services industry. So, and it was there I learned a lot, that then I applied to fintech. So I joined a fintech startup where we were building a neobank for emerging markets. And it was while we were scaling that business and we were using a lot of different software applications that I realized the complexity that businesses have to suffer as a result of wanting to leverage all those pieces of software. And at that point, I had the option of solving the problem just for the company that I was working at, or decide to go and solve it for all the businesses out there, because I really believe that that's a problem that every company has, because every company is using software. So that's how I decided to then leave that neobank and start Cledara about 6.5 years ago.
Nice, okay. And so you saw a problem, right? You saw there was a need in the market. You came, and that's how Cledara came about. And I think when we're talking about AI, and that's maybe to give a bit of background about myself and what I've done so far, because you worked in a software as a service company. That's what you started. From my side, I started a media company, but that was focused on data science. So that was what back in 2015 was the word in the town, right? Like data. We all know that from data science you go to, not all, but the people who work in the space know that from data science you go to machine learning, and from machine learning now you get to AI, artificial intelligence. But that was always the connections, right? So we go from software now to AI, we go from data now to AI, and there's always a lot of discussion around on okay, but do we need to AI everything? There's you need to see a problem, you need to see a need, otherwise you're just using buzzwords, right? So I would say one of my first questions to you is that some believe that, eventually AI could replace traditional SaaS models, right? That was the effective business model of most websites until now. So from your perspective as a SaaS founder, do you think AI poses such kind of an existential threat to you? Do you think you can integrate AI in your solutions? Or do you think that just the same way that I was just saying, from SaaS we go to AI and we're just using that little word and then, and that's how it is? How do you see it?
So, I personally see it as a massive opportunity for SaaS companies. And we were actually here on this stage yesterday. Brad, my co-founder, was talking about some of the data that we have about the behavior of buyers of software and users of software. And one piece that was super interesting is that, AI is actually driving attention of buyers of software towards the SaaS market, right? So it is increasing that attention from buyers. And what we see is that, for example, 20% of all the software that companies are buying at the moment are AI products, right? So we already see that, so that's growing. The other thing that we could see is that the SaaS market is becoming bigger because of AI, right? So one in 20 companies are already reallocating budget from their people budget to their software budget because they see the opportunities that with AI you can actually do more things with less people. This is good or bad for us, but that's what we see in the data at the moment. And then the other thing is that a lot of these AI products are being sold as SaaS. So it's still software, so it's being sold as SaaS, or they are embedded into existing SaaS products. So from that perspective, I see that it's a massive opportunity for SaaS businesses to bring it into their product or create additional products to complement those that they already have, which are AI-powered. Of course, there is a threat, right? And that's that AI makes it super easy to create new products at the moment. And you may think that you have an edge, but actually, the company around the corner is just building something much faster, cheaper, and better than what you could do before and what you have today. So that's something that we have to definitely be very aware and make sure that we continue innovating within what we are already offering. And I guess then there is the other thing, like people like Klarna saying, oh, we are going to stop using Salesforce and build it all in-house. I mean, that's a great sentence to say out there, but I actually don't think that that's the way to go because not even the biggest companies in the world today are building their own software, their internal software, right? So you go to the specialized software for your finances, for your sales, for your marketing, and you really focus on building and using those AI capabilities, of course, for what is the core value that you bring to the market.
Right. So it does make it faster, right?
Yeah.
It just speeds up the process. But it's true, like also creating in silos is not the solution. I think I remember when at one of the first press conferences where Sam Altman actually even said that we will see soon the first billionaire solopreneur AI founder.
Yeah.
And I have to admit that this scared me. It did not. It was not something that I wanted. It was something I don't want because it's true, right? Yes, of course you can do it in house, but A, it can be buggy, and B, what's the fun then of doing business? You would like to have this sort of environment where you're working together. When it comes to apart from building it in house, and of course if someone is working on a solution and this is their one product, it's much different from building it in house, right? Because you can always optimize and there's always iterations. So what is one of the biggest impacts you've seen so far already, in the SaaS space with using AI?
So, I mean, obviously, there are maybe a couple of aspects that I can take that question from, but there is so AI as a competitor, let's say, right? So we need to definitely look for it, right? So we need to be aware that in the end, if you think of a software company, what are we doing? In a very simplistic way, we are building software and we are selling software, right? Building software with AI is super easy at the moment for some things, great. Selling it, extremely hard. Selling it at scale, extremely hard. So software businesses need to make sure, and whether with AI or not in it, but you just need to make sure that you master that distribution and getting to market with your products. That is really the key, whether there is AI or not AI, right? To make something successful. Then for software businesses, I think, and that's, for example, how we do it, right? So we've embedded a lot of the AI into our internal operations. So from customer success with, helping them with answers or helping them draft all the help center articles. So because it makes it much faster, much more efficient. On sales, we use it to enrich data. Our engineers use it. We use it in compliance. We really use it everywhere. And I think that that's a way in which, every SaaS company should be using AI. And we've also incorporated into our product, right? And we have the luxury of having a lot of data. And I think that's something that the incumbents versus the new joiners, let's say, have the edge. If you are an incumbent, if you have data, think of how you can leverage that to really be at the forefront of it, because in the end, AI, what does it do? It automates a process, or it processes a lot of data and gives you an answer. With a new tool, AI product, you can sure automate a process, but you don't have that data that is proprietary that you can deliver value to the customer. So I think those are, for example, in our case, the way that we've leveraged AI in the best way, and that I would encourage other companies, or I think other companies should do it too.
I mean, yes, you say it exactly. Like, I mean, I think this is the pathway that we think about, right? It's about like data to begin with, and then that data transforms into the automation. And it's good, as you say, to make your life easier by integrating in your own workflow and processes and help your in-house engineers and developers. From your perspectives, in what ways do you think SaaS companies should evolve to adapt to this AI-centric landscape? Like in a similar way that you do, essentially using it in-house or being informed, like is data the main thing that they need to actually be able to utilize it? How do you see it?
Yeah, and that's a super interesting statement you just made there, right? The AI-centric landscape, because using our own data, what we see is that we are not really in an AI-centric world yet. Like the budgets that companies are allocating to AI products is like 2 to 3%. It's really low. And the teams that use it the most within companies at the moment, as we see it, are the marketing teams. They are at 5 to 6%. So still really, really small allocation of budget towards those AI products. So where we are definitely is in a customer-centric world where we need to make sure that we deliver value to customers, and AI is a tool to deliver more value to those customers. And we should absolutely be thinking of how can we use it within our product for that purpose. So yes, I think that would be.
So essentially, it's more like it's the illusion of the marketing that we receive about AI, but actually it's not that heavy. You say like still SaaS is really like what's the word like
everywhere. It's
everywhere,
95% of
yes.
the budgets, right? And what I will say though, which is true, right? So we are AI centric in terms of customer attention, right? So customer attention, like customers want to buy AI products. They want to use AI products. They don't even know what for, but they want them, right? So it is definitely something that from a marketing perspective, you want to leverage, you want to be talking about it, you want to be putting it out there, because that will bring those customers to your door. It will not make them stay, right? So if the product is still not good enough, obviously you won't retain them, but you will definitely get to speak to them. And that's something that we also see in our data. While we see a lot of customers adopting and trying, we also see high churn from a lot of these AI tools, because maybe it's not what they were expecting. I don't know the reasons. We've not gone to analyze that deep yet. But, might be something like that. I expected more. It's not there. I'll wait another 6 months to see if it improves.
I mean, I can tell you from my perspective, like it has definitely so far helped a lot with, as you said, content creation. So basically, like it just makes the process of content creation much easier and simpler. But it does, and that's Gen AI, right? That's like pretty much the boom. But then when it comes to a lot of other, like using AI in other domains or industries, it's still like automating that processes. You need a lot more as well. You need like robots potentially. You need to the intelligence of the AI in other formats as well. So I think that there is a little bit like this way to go. I would love to touch upon a little bit also on the ethical side of things. I'm always curious about that's like in my involvement this year with Web Summit. Actually, I really wanted to highlight that as a to be part of panels and discussions that in some way we're questioning what is the whole AI about. So I'm wondering from your perspective, with this kind of disruptive force that we can see in potential with AI, what are the ethical and security considerations we should have, and what challenges do you foresee for SaaS companies as they incorporate more AI in their business?
Yeah. So definitely the data privacy aspect is key, right? And for example, in our case, we use AI to help buyers of software assess whether they are paying the right price for the software that they have, right? So only in the past 12 months, our customers have purchased or renewed 650,000 software subscriptions. This is by far the most data points that any other software management platform has in terms of this data. And we use that data very carefully, right? Because obviously there are a lot of different products, so we want to make sure that whenever we present that data back to the customers so that they can extract value out of it, that is properly, that the data set is large enough, that is anonymized, that is aggregated sufficiently so that you cannot find anything that helps you recognize who is behind that data, basically. So we make sure that we do that. And this is, our customers are already using 6,000 different products, right? So it is a lot of them there. And then the other one is transparency, right? Customers at the moment are very keen on trying anything, but you just need to truly label things for what they are. Like, you need to tell them that that's AI powered, because as we know, well, AI, like traditional software, is deterministic. You put one input, you'll get a result. You put the same input next, you get the same result. AI doesn't work like that. So if I'm expecting like you to answer something to me, right, and I think that maybe it's a human behind, but actually it's not, and then I get different answers when I ask the same question, that's very strange, potentially. But then if you know that that's a feature that's AI powered, today customers expect some error rate there. They know they're testing. So it's actually better if you label it for what they are, because you don't breach then the trust of your customers. So I think that for me, yeah, the data privacy and transparency around it is key for the success of it.
No, that's a very good point. Disclaimers, knowing that you're talking to an AI or a bot, rather than just thinking that you're talking to a human. I was worried we're not going to have enough time, but now I feel like I want to ask you a lot more and I don't have time. So maybe we close this with a remark and a question together. Obviously, we're both female founders on stage, which I think it's a great thing to actually have it without making a statement out of it. So what do you see as the future of AI from the diversity perspective? And actually, like, what would you advise your customers as well? So put it in one sentence, both questions. How would you answer?
Yeah. So, I mean, I love diversity personally. Like, I've had the luxury of always working in very diverse environments. I think it's great for the role, it's great for company building, it's great for teams, it's great for, like new ideas, fresh ideas. Maybe that's going to be a controversial view then, though, but I actually don't think that diversity matters for software itself, right? Like, in the end, software helps me manage a process, AI helps me with some data, or whatever I want to use it. So for that in itself, it doesn't really matter. It matters for everything that is around, which obviously fits into it. So that would be my 2 cents there, because we don't have time. We are at 0. And my advice for any customers or people out there, I don't know, it's just move fast, right? Like, the speed at which things change is incredible at the moment. If before we thought we were going fast in updating our products and changing how we do things, now we need to do it 10 times faster than ever.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
How's everyone going? 2 sessions to go on this stage, so there's still plenty of Web Summit to go. And in fact, the next 2 speakers I've had a look and look really pretty amazing. In fact, for day 3, it's pretty busy. Sometimes day 3 can really dip off, but I'm amazed to see actually how many people are here. But it's actually also nicer because it's not. Yesterday was pretty busy, right? Like, walking through the halls was kind of awkward, but great to see so many faces still here, sucking up all the information and all the learnings that you can get here from Web Summit. Now, our next talk, the The voice of the customer is the lifeblood of every technology business, but most companies lose touch with it as they scale. In fact, a lot of companies, they really do. But this leads to sort of poor customer experiences and high churn. Some companies, however, have taken a different path. They not only stay in touch with the voice of the customer, they amplify it with artificial intelligence and smart automation. Their secret, building a world-class support experience. Now, our next speaker is the founder and CEO of Support Logic and author of Support Experience, How Innovative Companies Use Artificial Intelligence to Win the Hearts, Minds, and Wallets of Customers. Please give a big Web Summit welcome to Krishna Raj Raja.
Good afternoon, Lisbon. Hopefully you can hear me. I know it's a lovely day in Lisbon. I was told that red is a color of Lisbon, red and green, so I'm wearing red and green today. So today I'm going to talk about a topic that I'm very, very passionate about. I am a techie. I come from deep technology background. I used to be an operating system engineer many years ago, 20 years ago. And from an operating system engineer, I turned into a support engineer, turned into a product manager, turned into a CEO, and recently turned into an author. So today in this talk, I'm going to talk about my journey, what is support experience, why people should care about it, how companies, very, very innovative companies, are leveraging support experience, and how AI plays a very crucial role in this whole process. That's what my talk is about today. So before going there, I'm the founder and CEO of Support Logic, so I want to give a little bit of a backstory of the company. Support Logic was founded in 2016 when AI was not in any news. It was barely a footnote in any technology news articles. Nobody talked about AI. It was probably largely academic. People were doing research about it. But we, at Support Logic, we saw the potential for AI back in 2016. We were one of the very, very early adopters of BERT, which became GPT, which became ChatGPT, and now we collectively call them as large language models. We are one of the very early adopters of that. So in 2016, our founding thesis was we fundamentally believe that the entire world is moving into an experience economy. Experience is everything, and every other differentiation is going to melt away. Experience is going to be a core differentiation. Second thesis was we fundamentally believe that customer support is not a cost center, it's absolutely a profit center. And still today, many companies don't have this viewpoint. They always think customer support is kind of an afterthought. I should have it, it's nice to have, it's not essential, it's not foundational. We fundamentally believe the opposite. And third thing is AI is here to stay, right? So these were the core founding principles of Support Logic back in 2016. Now, clearly, we've entered an experience economy, and we also entered an intelligence era, right? If you look at every aspect of technology today, whether it's how we develop software, how do we store our customer information, what is our software development methodology, what is our licensing model, what is a growth engine for companies, they all has changed in every decade. So broadly speaking, I would classify this into 4 different eras. There was a SQL era, there was a SaaS era, and then we witnessed the Web 2.0 era, and now we're clearly entered into an intelligence era. So in every shift like this, when there is a fundamental shift in different technological era, the business model changes. How we develop software changes. How do we support our customers changes. What is the moat, true moat for a company? They all change. So today, there are fundamentally 4 forces that are impacting business. Clearly, artificial intelligence, that's everywhere. I mean, you just have to go look anywhere in the floor here. You're going to see AI probably a zillion number of times. We are moving slowly from subscription-based economy to a usage-based pricing model. And this has a very fundamental shift in how support is being perceived. As I said, we are in the experience economy. And also in the last few years, every company, irrespective of what size they are, whether you might be a startup, private company, public company, every company was rewarded based on efficient growth, not growth at any cost, right? So foundationally for that, the glue that connects all of this is your support experience, because when you deliver world-class support experience, you are able to do efficient growth. You're able to deliver and win in the experience economy. The shift from subscription model to usage-based pricing has a profound impact, because if you don't deliver great support for your customers and the customers stop using your product, then you have an issue with the revenue, because you don't get paid if customers don't use your product. And support is a very important aspect of that. So the way I look at the world is today, we used to have this differentiation, that cloud is a differentiation. If you're in the cloud, I'm a differentiated company. Now, it's table stakes, right? Every company is a cloud company now. We used to have this differentiation that big data. We used to have a differentiation AI. You know, all of this is table stakes. Every company now is a cloud company, they're a data company, they're an AI company. What is going to truly differentiate businesses is the experience they deliver, the true experience they deliver. This is where companies and brands will be differentiated. And even today, there are brands where we love the brand because of the experience they provide. So, why support experience here, right? We talk about product experience, we talk about customer experience, we talk about employee experience, we talk about all kinds of experience, but we conveniently don't talk about support experience, when support experience is one investment that can lift your product experience, your brand experience, and your employee experience. So this message is resonating quite a bit. This is not something me preaching. This is what we are seeing in the industry, and I will show you some examples of companies, how they're leveraging this concept to truly change how they're delivering customer experience. Now, every investment today, people talk about what is my ROI. Okay, it's all great. I can deliver a great support experience. How does it affect my financials? Your CFO might ask you the question, right? CEO might ask the question, what is the ROI of this investment? It turns out the 4 fundamental metrics any company cares about, any CFO cares about, are all impacted by support experience. Whether it's your net dollar retention, whether it's your operating margin, whether it's your customer acquisition cost and lifetime value, whether it's a rule of 40. In the industry now, it has become rule of 60. It's not rule of 40 anymore. It's basically a combination of growth and margins. They're all impacted by support experience. So where does AI come into this picture, right? So today, we have powerful engines. We have a very, very powerful engine. We all have access to this powerful engine. But an engine doesn't drive itself. Real-world applications are more like a car, right? You need to think about the steering wheel, the brakes, the seat belts, the air conditioning system, the radiators, the radio in your car. All of this is what makes a car. It's not just the engine. And I think this is often very overlooked quite a bit in the industry. When a new technology comes in, everybody has access to engine, everybody gets very excited. Oh, I have a Ferrari engine, but it doesn't drive itself. To build a car, it takes years of experience. To swap an engine, it's relatively an easy task. But to build an entire car and make it highly reliable, thinking about every little details that matters takes time, right? So this is a foundational shift. A lot of companies are realizing that just having ChatGPT and OpenAI is not going to solve their problem. They need to think about a concept of a car. And then, of course, there's challenges, right? Large language models. I mean, we've been using large language models for over 8 years now. And there's a reason it's called large language models. There is large impact, large disruption. It's also large cost and large amount of risk, right? So it's pretty much large in every aspect. I mean, to the point, even the compute requirements are pretty large, that Apple's latest laptops now comes with 16 gigs of RAM because they want to put AI. At the minimum, they want 16 gigs, right? So this also has a lot of impact because the best companies which leverages AI in the most efficient way possible, the most cost-effective way possible, and the most innovative way possible will have a differentiation. At least for a while, they will have a differentiation. So what is SupportLogic's core idea behind all of this? We foundationally think that every customer interaction matters, and you can actually observe and monitor customer interactions and turn into intelligence. So what do I mean that? On the screen, you see conversation between a customer and a support rep in your company. Now, this conversation, in any day, you'll think, some unhappy customer, some apologetic support engineer, what's the big deal, right? What can AI do here? What AI can do here is this. You can turn this interaction with your customers into a plethora of signals. You can identify, is the customer experiencing lack of progress, frustration, confusion, documentation gap? Is there a feature request? Is there a revenue impact? So on and so forth. You can extract what is the technology ecosystem the customer is using. You can extract what soft skills your support rep has or do not have when they interact with customers. Are they being empathetic? Are they giving meaningful updates for your customers? All of this. You can do this at scale now. This is something previously required a human being to sit with another human being and have a coaching session, how to interact and how to behave with your customers. Now, AI can automate this. Generally, when people think about AI, we have this feeling AI is emotionless. That's far from the truth. AI can be used to improve human communications. It can improve empathy. It can improve your customer understanding. And that's the part I'm personally excited about. And this is where companies are using this. Now, when you extract all the signals, that's great. AI also can maintain context of the signals. So you can understand what is this customer experience has been over time when they're engaging with your brand. Is it getting better? It's getting worse. What does the customers truly want from your product? What are the customer's feature requests? All of that you can extract and mine almost in near real time and create workflows around it. So this is what we do at SupportLogic. Foundationally, we are an observability platform for any post-sale customer interaction, irrespective of what channel you're using, which functional group is interacting with your customers, whether you're using human agents or you're using a virtual agents. Doesn't matter. SupportLogic sits on top of that. We observe all of that, and we give you real-time recommendations on which customer relationships are at risk, what you need to do to improve your product. We can basically eliminate surveys, completely eliminate surveys by observing customer interaction in every interaction point. Now, all of this is great. I want to show you a customer video. One of the biggest brands in the world, which is an AI company by themselves, they use SupportLogic for their benefit. I want to show you that video very quickly.
We have a huge responsibility to be there for our customers. We need to do that effectively. We need to do it at scale. We are actively engaged in all touch points of their life cycle. We're coming from this maybe historical state where we looked at KPIs that were more static. This is a transformation that we're in, that SupportLogic gives you a tool to be engaged real time. What I was able to do is to get involved into a case and turn that negative sentiment to positive. The results we were able to achieve leveraging SupportLogic were phenomenal. There are 3 specific ones I want to call out. First and foremost, we saw north of 50% reduction in our escalations. Game changer. For 2 reasons. One is there's a cost for every escalation, from a true hard dollar cost, but a soft dollar cost. When you think about the negative sentiment customers are walking away with, we're reducing that. The second one was, how do we scale, right? You think about managers' time and Swarm Lead's time. SupportLogic gave us back, on average, an hour a day per manager in Swarm Lead. Huge gains. Lastly, but really probably the most important aha moment for me, is when we're able to take the signals to identify we have a spike in negative sentiment, which would result, if we do not engage, in a negative CSAT. That was the aha moment where my entire leadership team was like, okay, we see a signal, we need to act.
So that's Catherine Sullivan from Salesforce. She's a SVP of Customer Success at Salesforce. She's one of the power user of Support Logic, and basically Salesforce reduced customer escalations by 60% just by proactively acting on the signals that we were providing them by observing every interaction point Salesforce customers were having with their support team. Now, they are not in isolation. This technology is not a pipe dream anymore. This is a technology that has been used in production for many, many years for some of the biggest technology brands in the world. Companies like Salesforce, Freshworks, 8x8, Nokia, Red Hat, a lot of technology companies, and many of them have booths here, are powered by Support Logic behind the scenes to really transform their support operations. Now, this is what really inspired me to write this book. This is a book, it's a love project for me for the last 2 years, and the book was released just a few weeks back. I'm super excited about announcing this. The book is about this category called support experience, because as I said before, we have conveniently ignored the concept of support experience. We talk about brand experience, product experience, and customer experience, and not truly about support experience. This book goes into stories about Salesforce, stories about Adobe, stories about Apple, stories about companies like Snowflake, how they've really taken this concept true to their heart and how they really change and transform their business. That's what my book talks about it. You can go to supportexperience.ai if you're interested in reading this book. I want to leave this with this one thought here. With all the hype around AI, I think we should not forget the fact AI is going to make us more human than ever. This may sound very counterintuitive because we think AI is going to automate everything. We're going to have less personal interaction. The real challenge in customer interaction is scale. It's very easy to give great customer experience when you only have 4 customers. It's exceedingly difficult to give great customer experience when you have 40,000 customers. This is where AI can provide the human experience at scale and really can change how we as human beings function, because as a lot of things are getting automated, the humanity in us is going to get more and more important for every brand and every company around the world. So that's my talk. Thank you for your time. All right.
Hey everybody, last session of the day, but actually this is going to be a cracking session. I'm really looking forward to listening to this one backstage. So in today's hybrid workplace, businesses in fact face what OnePassword CEO Jeff Scheiner calls the access trust gap, the gap between fully trusted sign-ins and those that aren't. With the rise of shadow IT and employees using personal devices to boost productivity, traditional security tools are struggling to keep up, exposing companies to greater risk. In this session, Jeff will discuss how businesses can embrace shadow IT, gaining visibility and control over unmanaged apps and devices, and discover how to empower employees to use their preferred tools while maintaining the security needed to protect corporate data. In conversation with Jason Aiton, contributing editor at Inc. magazine, please welcome the CEO of OnePassword, Jeff Scheiner.
thank you to all of you for sticking around. We appreciate that. Jeff, no pressure, because these are obviously the individuals who really care about this last session of the day. So let's kind of dive in by starting with sort of how productivity in the workplace has changed over the last couple of decades, because I think that's a helpful piece of context to sort of set the stage for where we're at right now.
Yeah, very much. So I worked at IBM starting back in the 90s. That probably shows how old I am. And back then, I'd have a lanyard, I'd walk into the building, I would sit at my desk and work on the computer that was on my desk and on the software that IBM had put on my computer. And so they knew it was me, they knew what device I was using, and they knew what apps I was using. And that's how things were. And that made it comparatively easy to stay secure. And if we look at it now, it's very different. People work from everywhere. We're going to work from home. We're going to work from the office. I'm sure a number of you are checking email and Slack and other things while you're here. And, from a device point of view, where it used to be the company gave you a device and only the company's devices were the ones you used, now people use any device. They use, the company-issued devices. Very few people these days, save maybe bankers, are carrying the two phones around. They're using your own personal phone. And then from an app point of view, I would say this is the biggest change we've seen over the last decade or even more, where it used to be, and I say somewhat jokingly, software was sold on golf courses, right? Mm-hmm. You'd get an executive and a salesperson. 6 months later, you're using Lotus Notes. You're not sure how, you just are. But now you go to a conference like this, you look around, you talk to people, and it's like, oh, Figma seems cool, and your design team starts using Figma. And because of that, the productivity side has gained tremendously. People are able to work where they want in the ways they want on the apps that make them the most productive. But the poor security teams at these companies are trying to figure out, where does my IP go? Where does the brand be at risk? Where does the customer data go? And so that, what we call shadow IT, or those devices that aren't under the control of IT, are now what are causing a huge amount of risk.
So it feels like there's this balance, because obviously if you are running a company, more productive employees is good, employees who are more productive. But at the same time, you mentioned there's this question of, where's my information? Where are the important things to this company being stored? You probably don't necessarily want all of your information filtering out to places that you don't even know where it is. And I think you talk about this access trust gap. Talk a little bit about that, because I think it's important to understand the actual problem that this causes for companies.
Yeah, so the access trust gap, the easy way to think of an access trust gap is there's the devices that the company issues and manages, typically with a device manager. And then there's the apps that are enterprise apps at the company that the company typically has behind its SSO. Those are what I call known and managed. When you think of the unknown or unmanaged, it's everything else. It's the devices that are being used that the company may not even know you're using, or may know you're using, but they're not going to be able to control, or the apps that you're trying out. And a great example was earlier this year when ChatGPT sort of blew up. Almost every company was doing exactly what my company was doing, which is 75% of the people were trying ChatGPT, and our securities department's going, should we let them try ChatGPT? And that's just the reality, and that leads to that access trust gap, the gap between what IT knows and manages and what we all are actually using. And the challenge is sort of twofold. When we look at it from a device point of view, is that device safe? So Microsoft actually had a report that they put out just about 2 or 3 weeks ago about ransomware, where they said 92% of ransomware starts on an unmanaged device. 92%. Whether that device is just missing security patches, whether that device has malware on it, doesn't matter. It's something the IT department looks at as a risk. But it makes you productive. And then on the app side, shadow IT is most concerning in terms of what happens when somebody leaves the company. How do you remove that access? What access to the company information do they still have? So that's the access trust gap and the problems that it causes for the companies.
So I think about this, I've worked remotely for most of like a decade now, and I can't imagine in the world that I live in, like a company saying, here's your laptop. Now, I don't work for a bank, and I don't work for a computer software company or any of those types of things. I imagine, though, post-pandemic, there are probably a lot more people who are entering the workforce or who have transitioned recently who feel more like I do, where it's like, no, I'd like to use my own device, I'd like to use my own laptop, I can write in any piece of software I want, and that poses, it seems like, a really complicated problem for businesses. And I think about 1Password. I told you this backstage. Every time I set up a device, I get sent a lot of products to review. I'm not just saying this because you're sitting here. The first app I download every time is 1Password because it's where I store all of the information to get into all of the other apps. So I feel like 1Password is in a really interesting position. You started as a product that was mostly sold to consumers. You've expanded that to small businesses, B2B. You've expanded that to enterprise. What are some of the things you've learned about working with a product that was originally targeted to consumers that has sort of helped you make this transition as you were working with enterprises? You can, sit down with a large company and say, like, we know why your people are using this. Let us help you to increase your security.
I think the one thing that's most important to remember, and it's going to sound silly, and it is silly, we're all humans, right? And I would say the pandemic has really helped us see that because pre-pandemic, most people went into offices and things like that. Now we've gotten used to cats showing up on Zooms, right? And it demonstrates that we're all people. And so when you look at a security tool, almost every security tool out there makes our lives miserable, right? We were on the main stage yesterday and there was literally a round of applause when it was said that CAPTCHA sucks. And it was. And yet we understand that it keeps us secure. So when you're dealing with a consumer base, you give it, somebody might suggest you try the app, or it might be a friend or a family member, but after a couple of minutes, if you don't like it, you're not going to use it. There's no forcing. There's a little more forcing on the business side, but we're all humans. If we don't find very quickly a value for ourselves, we're not going to continue to use it. And I would bet you put it first on each device, not because you're like, oh, I have to be super secure, but because, as you say, it's going to make your life easier getting into all of the other apps. And so that's the part that we took from consumer is, in order for us to earn the right to be on all of your devices, employees' devices, people's devices, we have to actually give something back, and that something back is productivity. Because what people do care about security, they won't do that at the expense of productivity.
Yeah, so we've seen a lot of companies try to bring people back to the office, and I just sort of use this as a metaphor. Do you think that the shadow IT, the term that you use, is a trend like remote work, like hybrid work, and now you see a lot of companies like Amazon has just said, everybody's got to come back to the office. Do you think that IT will move in that direction where at some point IT managers are going to be like, you have to stop using Google Drive, we want you using Box, or whatever it might be? Or I think you're an advocate of embracing this as beyond a trend. Which of those two, where are we at? Are we a trend, or are we moving, we're never going back?
We're never going back, and it's not just for security reasons, it's for productivity reasons. So we saw this, the trend was starting to happen over the last 10 years as phones, I've got a 24-year-old son. You try and convince him that his phone's not him and he's not his phone. It's not going to happen. And so we started to see this trend towards, using your own devices in addition to company-issued devices, and certainly from an app point of view. But when the pandemic started, what happened, and I'm sure we've all lived through this, everybody got sent home. And companies had this massively immediate change to, how are we going to work remotely where a week ago we weren't? And two, we don't know what the world's going to bring over the next year. We have to find a way as a company to survive, and all businesses were thinking that. And that went, I don't want to say they ignored security, but it was productivity and how are we going to work in this new normal, or this new unnormal at the time, that really set the stage for mass adoption. The next week everybody was using Zoom, right? And these sorts of tools. And we saw in 2023, to your point, the companies try and recover some of that control and say, come back to the office, and we're going to try and limit what you can use. And by and large, the employees said, not going to happen. We might come back 2 or 3 days a week, or you might even force us back 5 days a week, but when I'm at home in the evenings, I'm going to go back to using my phone and checking it. that home-work balance just hasn't changed. And at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, somebody might go and spend 20 minutes picking up their kids, and we're still used to seeing cats on Zoom. And what the companies have come to realize is the productivity gains that we earned by allowing people the freedom to work where they want and not have that multi-hour drive every day into work, to use the apps that make them most productive are substantial. And there's nothing that companies want more than, productivity that earns them additional, revenue and success. And so now in 2024, it's switched to, now how do we do that in a way that keeps our employees and the company safe? The one interesting challenge with that companies have really started to recognize is, unlike a computer that your company gives us, and I've got my computer that 1Password gives me. On that computer, 1Password has the ability to see and control that computer. What they actually do is irrelevant to me. I just assume they can see everything I do, and I assume that they can control that computer. And on my personal computer, my personal phone, not going to allow it. And so how does the company stay safe while still giving us people the privacy on the devices that are ours, the rights that we have, and the control over it? And that's where, when we focus on what we call the extended access management solution, it's that combination again of productivity and privacy now for the person, but still the ability for the company to stay safe.
So obviously 1Password has a unique perspective because you make these tools for other businesses, but you also have a lot of employees, so you deal with this as a company. What advice do you have for other individuals here who are thinking of how they're going to build out products, deploy them to their employees and to other companies? Just as a CEO, what are some of the things you've learned about dealing with that in your own company?
Yeah, so we've grown over the last 12 years from less than 20 to now almost 1,400. So you see different stages, and I'm sure if we grow from 1,400 to 3,000 will be another stage. But what you start to get at any number over even 250 is you change from sort of that small company that you can sort of talk to an individual. Oh, you're having a problem with getting 1Password set up for use. Let me help you, to 1,400 where you can't. You need to make that tool very, very easy to understand. We spend an endless amount of time year after year just trying to make it easier, because you start to recognize, the vast majority of people at your company, at the end of the year, almost everybody's evaluated. Almost none of them are evaluated based off the strengths of their passwords. Even at 1Password, right? Our sales team are evaluated on the sales, and the marketing team is evaluated on the effectiveness of the marketing, and the finance team is, am I being thrown in jail for, mismanagement of funds? Everybody's got their own thing, and they need to be productive for them personally as an individual to succeed. That's what they care about the most. So even at our own company, where we're deploying our Device Trust, Collide app, our 1Password app, the folks there that are getting it are thinking first about what they need to do to get a good evaluation at the end of the year to help the company. And I think that's important. We need to be out of their way when they're trying to accomplish things, and we need to be helping them accomplish it and not stepping in their way and making their life harder at the expense of security.
I had another question, but all I can think of now is the finance team going into a review, and the outcome could be that they get thrown in jail, and that was throwing me off just a little bit. I know that we talked yesterday on the main stage about making security simple, and I think both you and John from Cloudflare agreed that part of the problem is that security people think in terms of security, and we tend to think of complexity as, increased complexity. The longer the key, the more secure it is, that kind of thing. But for average people, your users, the more complex you make it, the less likely they are to use it. And so I wonder if it's as simple for IT managers, for CEOs to be thinking, the easier you make this for the people, the more secure it will be, because they will actually use it, as opposed to trying to go around the things that you're setting up. Is that true? Is that how you were thinking about it at 1Password?
Yeah, and I think the broader industry is starting to think about it as well. I think it was a year ago or maybe 2 years ago that NIST, which is the standards body, changed some of their password recommendations, and the one that I thought was the most important was they changed it so they don't recommend the reset your password every 90 days. And I'll tell a true story. This is very embarrassing given my role, but it's a true story. When I worked back at IBM, it was, I'm going to say every 90 days, it might have been 180, that you had to change your password, and it couldn't be one of the last 6. So, people tried their little schemes. No, every 90 days I changed my password 7 times in a row so I could get back to the original, because now it wasn't one of the last 6. And these are the ridiculous things that humans do if it gets too complicated. And so now, it is, the recommendation is choose a strong password and don't change it, because that's a lot easier for a human being. If you're forced to change it too often, you're going to have to either choose repetitions or do these, odd schemes. And so I think when we look at it, and that's why, and we haven't talked about passkeys, but if I bring up a passkey, just a quick audience, who's heard of passkeys? So, maybe a third of the audience. So a passkey, from an end user point of view, looks like the biometrics on your device. You use the biometrics on your device. Underneath it, there's a standard that the FIDO body has put in place. The cool thing about a passkey is to the end user, you never have a password for that service. You just, again, use your biometrics, and then a passkey is created. But from a security point of view, it's actually stronger than a password, even a strong password, because it can't be phished. And so from that point of view, that's a technology that is stronger than passwords, it is easier than passwords, and it's one that we're trying to move towards. We bought a passkey company a good couple of years ago. We're on the board of FIDO and trying to push it forward. Apple, Google, Microsoft, all of those are on the board, and that's what will make it successful. Those are the technologies we as an industry have to push forward.
Well, and it makes sense because everyone's devices unlock using, let's say, their thumb or their face or whatever. So people are so used to that. And if you can make the experience the same for people, where now when I go to log into, let's say, my Gmail, I can just touch the Touch ID button on my computer, and I don't ever have to worry about what that password is. I don't ever have, the phishing thing seems really important. The other thing we talked about yesterday was that something like 68% of breaches result from human error, and a lot of that is as simple as I fell for a phishing whatever, and now the company's at risk. Is that the sort of thing, like, what are the things that 1Password is thinking about moving that into the future to continue making things easier for especially enterprises where you're not just worried? My personal life is pretty simple. I don't want anyone in my bank accounts. If you want my Dropbox, whatever, there's nothing exciting there. But if I'm running a company, that changes a lot. So what does the future look like?
Yeah, so there's two sides of it. As you say, 68% of breaches, I think that's the Verizon breach report, 68% of breaches start with human errors. And as you say, like, you may not care about Dropbox or your cat picture sharing website, but if you're using the same password or a similar password as you are at a company site, that's a big risk. We ran like an ethical hacking contest a couple of years ago, and we prized money for determining how quickly given passwords could be guessed, because that's what they do, right? They guess, they intelligently guess, but they guess. And $100 of electricity gives you about 10 billion guesses. So you think about it, are you protecting more than $100? And can an intelligent algorithm guess your password in 100 or in 10 billion guesses, right? And for most people that are choosing their own passwords, the answer is yes. And so when we look forward, and you think of things like AI and things like phishing, we've seen phishing move from sort of the Nigerian prince, 1,000 pounds of gold, if only you'd pay the shipping, to now come April, the government have your tax refund ready if you would provide your banking. They're a little bit more believable. And with AI is great at context, individual context, so they can start targeting us all individually in ways that we're going to be fooled. And fooling a human's not that hard, right? I love those like illusion puzzles that, you look at this still picture and it looks like it's moving. And that's the problem with humans is we're fooled relatively easily. And so if the website looks very, very similar to the real one, we may not notice. But tools, computer tools, it's zeros and ones. It doesn't matter how close it looks. It is or it isn't. And so I think as we move forward, we have to look at it from a business point of view of we will need tools to protect the business so that we don't have to rely on humans to always be right. We did another cool little study, and for those who run a business, I would recommend this. We used to do, we do red team contests to see if we can fish our folks, and every time we do that from Jeff Shiner sends, we'll set up a fake Jeff Shiner email and everything, and when Jeff Shiner sends it out, it doesn't fool a lot of people. We had it sent out, from a pretend MyAdmin. Fooled a lot more people, because if I need something urgently and it's can you send me your number or can you react to me, I'm a lot of times I'm going to get somebody who helps me to do that. And if maybe you're admin, and now it looks a lot less suspicious to human beings, and it fools a lot more people. So people will be fooled. We will need the tools to help prevent that.
Well, Jeff, thank you so much for spending this time, and thank you to all of you who stuck it out until the end. We really appreciate it. Let's give Jeff some appreciation. Thank you.